All right, we're going to get started with the workshop portion of our meeting from 7 until 7:30. We have a referral by the City Council on language, I believe, around the Fishkill Creek corridor.
Yep.
So Natalie's going to run us through that, and if we have time, we probably won't, then we'll talk a little bit about subdivisions.
Yeah.
But we'll likely need to hold that over till next month.
Yeah.
With that,
Great.
I'll hand it over to Natalie. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll start with the materials that kind of went in front of the council and then were circulated to the planning board. And then this is also on the agenda under miscellaneous business, so we don't finish the conversation now in the workshop. It can continue then. So just using this map real quick, I know the planning board's familiar with this, but associating those who may be watching from home or from the room, the Fishkill Creek development, as the name implies, kind of follows the creek, and it's all these parcels that are highlighted here in pink. Just for those who use Dutchess County Parcel Access, they now have a zoning layer where you can very handily turn off all the other zones, so you can see all the parcels in the city that have a certain zoning district. So that's what we did here. The memorandum in the packet is kind of the background information that supports, was created to help the council make some of the decisions they're considering. So at the July meeting was the first time that this topic was brought in front of the council. And they were discussing amendments to the FCD district regulations in response to some preliminary concepts for the 555 South Avenue site. I'm forgetting the name of the industrial site. Toronto Hat Works, yeah. I had hat in my head. So there's no plans for that yet, but the two things were raised in consideration for that site that now the council has taken up as kind of larger considerations for the Fishkill Creek. So what we started in the memo is just kind of going through, it's not a large zoning district. There's only kind of 9 parcels that fall within this district, so you kind of have an accounting there to match the map that I started with. And then one of them I'll point out is a little bit of an outlier, is number 2 on here. Is number 2 in this list is, it looks like a very large parcel of 50 acres. It's actually just the rail, the right-of-way. It kind of follows the rail line up. So the remainder of parcels are kind of in there, and you can see they range from, about an acre to 11 acres, and typically in size, with that one outlier of the rail line. As we do with all considered zoning amendments, text amendments, or map changes, we did a look at the city's comprehensive plan, the 27 comprehensive plan, to see how it talks about the Fishkill Creek district. So I'll get into kind of the 2 big topic areas that the council is considering is whether to permit hotels as a permitted use within the Fishkill Creek district, and whether to maintain the density cap. There's a 11, it equates to 11 units per acre right now as a cap in this district. So those are the 2 questions in front of the council. So we looked through the comprehensive plan. Overall, the comprehensive plan doesn't necessarily get down to the level of detail to be recommending a density cap or talking specifically about inns versus hotels versus bed and breakfasts. But what the comprehensive plan does support, it's very forthright in its support for mixed use development, adaptive reuse, tourism, and economic development is what is supposed to be supported within this district. And then it leaves the specifics a little bit up to zoning. So changes wouldn't be in conflict with the comprehensive plan. There is support for allowing a mix of uses, and it's silent. The comprehensive plan is silent on terms of density requirements. So with that, we kind of went through the Fishkill district purpose as stated in the code. As you would imagine, it pretty much mirrors what's in the comprehensive plan: a support of mixed use, adaptive reuse, creating of trail systems, and protection of kind of tourism and access to the creek, right, is that the purpose of this. We did accounting that the Fishkill Creek is one of the zoning districts that is quasi-form-based, right? The Beacons Code is not fully form-based in that it still has a pretty descriptive use table, but it's one of the newer zoning districts where there is design regulations and regulations beyond just lot and bulk that kind of dictate the massing of buildings within this area. So we gave an accounting of that. And then to support the consideration of zoning density caps. We did look at zoning districts throughout the city and where does the Fishkill Creek district kind of compare to other zoning districts. So like I said at the top, right now the regulations limit development, residential development in this district to 11 units per acre, or this, it requires just under 4,000 square feet per unit. That's a little bit different than what we see in the rest of the form-based districts. The CMS, the Linkage District, and the Waterfront Development District have all kind of eliminated that cap, and they've let the kind of the massing and the design regulations and dictate that. And then you can see where we fall in the other districts. So even in comparison to some of the other districts like GB and LI or the RD districts, the Fishkill Creek Development District has kind of one of the most limiting densities. And so the council is considering this, and we all know they've been making moves to try and see what they can do to facilitate more housing development, specifically affordable housing development in the city of Beacon. So they're looking specifically at these kind of housing regulations. We went through the definition of hotel versus inn, since we're considering adding hotel. They are basically the same definition. An inn is just a hotel that is 10 guest rooms or less. But besides that, it references hotel within the definition. And then there's a section of code that we'll get into that is specific in the supplemental regulations, with regulations to hotels. So once we started kind of posing this, and I'll get into this in more detail when we open up the actual local law, as we started getting into the discussion of whether or not hotels should be permitted, we obviously looked at the supplemental regulations, and the council is looking at those for ways to potentially modernize those, or use those as a way to kind of regulate hotels if they are permitted in this district. So the local law in front of you today does 4 things. So as proposed, it permits hotels within the FCD district by adding hotel. The code is a little bit, right now, inns and bed and breakfasts are permitted. And then there's a catch-all in the FCD that says, and any other similar use. However, when you go to the use table, there was specifically an X in hotel. So it was, even though there was this kind of catch-all language in the regulations itself, in the use table, it was prohibited. So the local law in front of you changes that to a permitted use. The maximum dwelling unit density limitation has been removed. And then there's been updates to the hotel supplemental regulations, which we'll go through. They've been looking at ways to kind of make those more contemporary. There's kind of new models of hotels that, have self-check-in and smaller rooms and kitchenettes and things like that. So they've been looking at those regulations. And then there was a minor cleanup in terms of setbacks from streets, which we'll get to. So I'll just kind of go through these.
Quick question. Just
Yep.
the distinction between inn and hotel you list in your summary here, it's a matter of scale, right?
Yes, in terms of number of rooms.
Is there any difference between an inn and a bed and breakfast? Is that also a matter of scale?
I think the bed and breakfast has a component that it has to be owner occupied.
Owner-occupied.
So that distinguishes it from the inn and hotel.
Okay.
So we can start with the use table. I'm sorry, this is so small. So the only change that had to be made here, right, is where it was previously prohibited, a P has been added, so it is a permitted use, and still subject to the special regulations. And then in the lot and bulk table, the density cap was stricken. Changes to the Fishkill Creek district. So we'll start with the hotel, the supplemental regulations. One of the changes in going through this, we realized that the regulations for hotels kind of mandated that they be a single primary use on a site, right? It had language that says all structures on the site shall be limited to. So it wasn't allowing for kind of larger sites to be used for maybe hotel and some residential and some other mixed uses. The council felt that that was a little bit in conflict with the comprehensive plan and the purpose of the district of allowing mixed uses. So may include, that language was just stricken so that uses can be mixed on a single parcel. And then the other aspect that was stricken from the supplemental regulations, as is currently proposed, is there was a limitation not allowing kitchen facilities, so there shall be no kitchen facilities in the hotel rooms except a coffee maker, microwave, and small refrigerator. In order to allow these, I think the council's been talking a lot about kind of emergency housing, or folks just using kind of hotels in a more, to compete maybe with Airbnbs or short-term rentals and things like that, to allow there to be kitchen facilities for families who may be staying here who want to make some meals inside the unit rather than going out. So the council felt comfortable in kind of striking that provision. A lot of the regulations in hotels, we see this throughout Hudson Valley. There was a time where there was a need to kind of really distinguish hotels from housing. People didn't want people getting hotels approved, in many cases, getting hotels approved and then kind of converting it into multifamily housing. And so there's a lot of regulations that have been carried over from times past that really distinguished a hotel unit from a housing unit.
So in that case, is there any limitation on an extent of stay in these facilities that are designated hotels but have cooking capability?
It wouldn't be in the
No.
in the
In the law, right?
It wouldn't be in the zoning. It may be in building code, or it may be kind of in other state regulations in terms of like the business. I'm not quite sure, but it wouldn't be in the zoning in terms of limiting the
Yeah, I
stay.
think we'd have to check, there's a short-term rental regulations in Beacon.
So these would
and
be
we'd have
subject to this?
I don't know, I'd have to check and see what the language, if
So
it's only
for the-
applicable to
Yeah.
residences or if it's.
No one's gonna let you stay there 3 days.
Well,
you're
unless you're
paying,
paying for
right?
it. I mean, that's good money.
Well, there's different kinds of. It's, yeah, I mean, if you go into a contract for more than 30 days on its face, you just create a tenancy.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't know if hotel operators know that. Do they?
How do they handle that for these like long-term stay, like residency hotels? Is it a
Right.
different category? Because some of those places cater to people who are relocating or
Yeah,
they're
I don't know the answer to that.
in town to do business for a couple months or something.
Yeah, I'm just curious, so for the reason you described.
What are the other
'cause-
regulations on length of stay?
Right, I was
Yeah.
curious why the striking of kitchens, I thought it was more around fire life safety, but what you described makes sense. Right, in times past, a restriction on, another alternative form of residential. But if we're allowing it, then, yeah, if there should be, what is the restriction on extent of stay, right? Because then
And-
ultimately, it does somewhat turn into a residential competitor.
Right, and I think we also need to be mindful of, make sure that there's specific language in there, or maybe it's already covered, to make sure it's not considered a dwelling unit, right? Because dwelling unit would be sleeping facilities, bathroom facilities, and kitchen facilities.
Right, in which this would have all
This would
those
have all
components. yeah.
three, so we just need to make sure that it doesn't morph into that.
Let me throw one thing out real quick, just because it was already kind of occurring to me, and I'm not saying this is what should be done, but at least
We're
ought to be discussed.
Yeah.
Like, when you're looking at the schedule of permitted uses, moving hotels from not permitted to permitted, the one scenario that occurs to me is, there's not that many parcels in FCD. There are a couple that are pretty big. We might have different feelings about someone wanting to come in and build a really big hotel. Would it make sense to make it a special permit use so that then the review standard is going to basically be, is this sufficiently analogous to the bed and breakfast and the inn? Because that could be kind of a stopgap measure if that became a problem.
Yeah, I think it's a recommendation to be made to the council, absolutely. If they're trying to limit the size and scale, permit hotels, but still not let it be unlimited, I think that's one way to do it.
Seems to me we should be encouraging housing rather than hotels.
Well, I agree, but here's the other thing. Look at how many illegal Airbnbs we have around here, and what's that doing to our housing market? And that's largely I'll leave out the explanatory part, but it's being driven by weddings. So one thing that occurred to me is, frankly, having more hotel space and then actually cracking down on the Airbnbs might do something to help out the housing situation.
Sure.
Yep, noted.
Since we're on the subject of hotels, does this put any kind
Well,
of,
sorry, but not real, I mean, because it's, the illegal, you know, like the Airbnb, you're only supposed to, it's not really gonna help the housing because they're supposed to be short-term, you know, and,
right, the illegality, somebody
It's more about
running an
reg-
illegal short-term rental, that's a policing problem, right? It's not necessarily.
But it is an enforcement issue. I mean, the council
That's
is
what I mean.
also
It's an
considering,
enforcement issue.
the council is also considering amendments to their short-term rental regulations at this time because it is hard to enforce the regulations as currently written and ensure that they're being followed.
Fair.
So there's Granicus data that we've been able to pull down that there is more than what is permitted or intended within the city. And so, I mean, I do think there is a general kind of thought that if there is not other easily findable short-term stay options, that it does kind of support a little bit more demand for short-term rentals, right? If there's not hotels, if there's not available hotels.
So
the city.
my point is that that's the right path for, sort of fixing the demand problem rather than looking at the balance of housing versus hotel and pulling hotel in more to help offset illegal rentals, right? It's the right way to do it is what you described, right? I think there should be somewhat of a healthy mix. Yes, there is a need for housing, but there also is a need for hotel capability, hotel capacity.
Yeah.
Curious, it doesn't do anything to kind of limit the hotel chain?
There's nothing in the language right now that limits that, no. And then I just want to point out that some of the other things, this did not make it, this was the draft that was shown to the council, but I just wanted to note that in looking at ways of kind of accommodating more smaller scale hotels that are maybe self-check-in or fob check-in and things like that, there's been discussion about some of these regulations that all hotels shall include the following, whether a lobby, these kinds of aspects. I think the desire there, it hasn't been stricken yet because the desire there is obviously to have somebody on site all the time, kind of managing who's coming in, managing the space, right? But the council is also considering whether some of these are limiting to an older model of hotels as well.
I think that's something important because a lot of the hotels are changing and morphing into using technology for efficiencies for the purpose of the economics of the development. So some of the older models that you would see with manned hotels and are changing significantly. Yeah. So you really have to revisit this, understanding that it's not a disadvantage, respectively. It's just a new way of looking at hotelers and how they manage their properties for the efficiencies.
I've increasingly had business hotels especially in big cities, be based on a model where there's no check-in staff. You're just doing it all with your phone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So that's it with the kind of the supplemental regulations for hotels specifically. So now just getting into the changes to the Fishkill Creek Development District. So kind of in the principal use section, as you can see here, it did always say bed and breakfast establishments or inns are permitted. So to complement the changes to the use table, hotel has been added there. This is what I was talking about earlier in terms of this like catch-all that, almost implied that other uses like smaller hotels were permitted, but it says other non-residential use similar to the above uses as determined by resolution of the city council. This is where in the development potential, the maximum density was stricken here as well to match the table that we just discussed. And this is the only other change was there's a minimum building setback from the edge of pavement of the language previously said of a public and private streets. Whereas throughout the rest of this code and other sections of the code, we really only typically regulate kind of the public setback from public streets. So that was changed just to be more consistent with the rest of the code. So that's kind of the summary of the changes.
Can we go back real quick to B5? The provision about restaurant, bar, brew pub.
Yeah.
the way this is written, it looks like there already is a restriction on square footage.
That for restaurants, that nothing should be bigger than 5,000 square feet?
Yeah, I'm wondering why that restriction, and then thinking about what at least I, in my own opinion, consider somewhat of an inhibitor to some of the heating establishments here on Main Street is size, scalability. Yeah, I think they may want to look at that metric a little differently, because it just might, it strikes me as being somewhat restrictive unnecessarily, especially when you think about what I just described. You know, seating capacity is a challenge, I think, for a lot of the establishments on Main Street.
Yeah. Okay.
So they should really think about that.
Helpful. I think that's, one of the other things that came up in the council meeting was a discussion, and I haven't been with the board to review any kind of new developments in this district, but I think there was language that they discussed about setback language. So and maybe Jennifer recalls this more, that there's language in the code that references both the creek buffer or top of the bank in terms of where you're measuring setbacks from. And I guess there was thought on the council that maybe that language had been confusing in the past, and that was something they should look at as well. So they
Sure.
wanted me to kind of pose that question to the planning board to figure out what the struggle has been there before. I wasn't as familiar with it, so I wanted to have that conversation.
Yeah, that's a good one to have. Also, I do have a question. I don't want to sort of miss it, and we can come back to it. But
Yeah.
just relative to the streetscape, because setbacks starts to talk about that. And, again, thinking about more form-based prescription around consistency and things like that.
Yeah.
I know that, there's a percentage green area required and all sorts of stuff like that. I'm just curious if we want to think about recommending to the council just a little bit more prescriptive around consistency relative to a streetscape.
Okay, yeah,
What that is, I don't know. I think that it would probably take some work.
yeah.
And I'm just curious whether the committee came back with anything in that regard.
The committee?
Fishkill Creek Corridor Committee?
They did. I mean, they were focused more on Fishkill Avenue than the creek. I mean, they definitely talked about some of the parcels in that district. But there was definitely a desire for kind of creating more of a streetscape when you're fronting on a, so yeah, I think and we could look at
Yeah.
additional language to be added.
I think it's,
More prescription.
I hope you all agree.
Was it something about the open space too? You said, because there's like open space, but it wasn't that necessarily. It's kind of in between the buildings.
Yeah, I think about, the potential of the Fishkill,
The corridor, yeah.
52.
Yeah,
Just in terms of development and just thinking about all of the components that go into a streetscape, right?
Yeah.
Setback.
Yeah.
Planted area, height, all of these things, the composition really, right? And
Yeah.
planting requirements and those sorts of things, right?
yeah.
So
So I just want
it's
to,
not-
those aren't these, just so, none of these parcels front, I'm making sure I'm correct on this. None of these parcels front on Fishkill Avenue.
They don't. Oh,
They don't. Fishkill Creek, the FCD parcels do not front on
Okay,
Fishkill Avenue.
okay.
The one that gets closest to it, I'm sorry, this map is so blurry, is kind of this one up here, but it's on the other side of the rail. It is kind of a vacant parcel
I gotcha.
between the rail line and there.
Yeah.
But hold on to that thought. Those will be coming in front of you soon. The
Okay.
council does want it.
I'm ahead of myself.
Yeah,
then.
yeah. You're on the Fishkill Avenue district. Yep.
Gotcha.
I would say I think that they really need to look at the setback from the creek, the riparian buffer
Okay.
zone. 25 feet is really, I think the average minimum recommended by DEC is 35. It's 35 to 100 feet is the recommended New York State DEC setback from a stream.
God, we have some smart planning board members.
Yeah, I was going to ask do we have enough control during review over impact on the view shed? When we have a couple of projects built right on the creek, one of which really sort of imposes itself on the view shed when you're looking north from the bridge near Tironda, and another one is a little bit more subtle, kind of a little bit, we had one project, I don't think we could have foresaw it at the time, but when it was constructed, it's so close to the creek that it reflects itself like a playing card when the water is still, and it really, that view north from the bridge, it's very dominant in the view shed of the creek. And, at the time, I don't know that we had enough tools to have come to that conclusion from the renderings and the elevation drawings. But I wonder if we have enough tools to request, anything to be put on site, like to mark out the boundaries of proposed, or to request significant renderings, or to just be able to
It's like,
factor that in.
it's reminding me of the language we added to the train station district, right? We added language in there about requiring renderings in context, right? And in context of surrounding development and surrounding sites, and we added that language specifically to the train station district. So I wonder if you couldn't do something similar here to kind of, at least when projects are coming before you, be able to kind of request that view, those diagrams.
There's a good idea.
Especially without a cap on number of units or the size of things, they could be very imposing, and
Yep.
you don't want to obscure the ridge line or really.
Even with a setback requirement, right?
Okay, well, I think we're getting close to that, so we
Yeah.
can stop here, but we can come back to this and continue.
Can
as
I
we-
just add one more note on the stream buffering? The DEC has, recommendations on
Yeah.
like different zones and distances from the stream bank and what they recommend. I would suggest that the council review that.
And just tagging on that, and Natalie, I think you kind of raised this, the issue of where that's measured from, because right now it just says minimum setback from and buffer with along Fishkill Creek. It doesn't really say where that is measured from. Is it from like the mean high water line? Is it from the property line, which could be in the middle of the creek? Like where exactly is that
Yeah.
measured from?
Yeah, I think the DEC also
Water
has
elevation
language
and
about
Yeah.
that.
Okay, perfect.
Dan, they have 3 zones.
Yeah,
How do you know so much?
it's my
I'm
job.
impressed.
She says happily.
All right, we are at 7:30. So welcome, everybody, to the August meeting of the City of Beacon Planning Board. Members Byrne and Vermeulen will not be with us this evening. Our first order of business, we do have some amendments to last month's meeting notes. We do have a quorum. No, we don't. Were you not here last month? Okay, so we've got to hold that vote over. We don't have a quorum to adopt last month's meeting notes. So with that, we'll turn to our first agenda item, which is the continued review of application for site plan approval, 1154th North Avenue, commercial, submitted by Hudson Vox LLC. Is that applicant here with us? Evening.
Good evening. Just trying to get hooked in there. Okay. Yeah, just so last month, the public hearing was closed, and I believe the board was ready to act on the draft resolution, but we had to wait for county planning. They came back since then, and they determined it's a matter of local concern. So basically, if you're ready to go through the resolution.
Yeah, so we do have draft resolution prepared, amended. Why is it labeled amended site plan resolution?
Because you did approve a site plan for this site back in 2019 for art studios.
Okay, so we're just picking up on
So
that
you're,
one.
amending the site plan that exists for the site.
Okay, great. We'll just go quickly to our planner and engineer, just to make sure we've got everything covered. Natalie, just from your review letter. Anything you want to highlight?
I think at the last meeting, we talked a lot about the noise attenuation and recommendations that were in my previous letters and the board's acoustical consultant. So I believe those have all been addressed, so I had no additional.
And they're incorporated into the resolution?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Great,
Yeah, those
thank
were all
you.
discussed last meeting.
Mr. Russo?
I had no additional comments.
Okay. With that, we do have draft resolution we can act on. Any discussion or otherwise a motion to do so?
Let's do it. Motion.
Motion by David, second by, it's a long day. It's a long day, I'm sorry. Who are you? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That was quick. Can you make all of the applications
going.
this quick?
We done?
What will be our first song when we all do a planning board trip? Think of a group karaoke song.
It'll have to include Randall's name, so I
Yeah.
remember. I'm sorry, I was up at 4:30, so I'm a little tired. I think we're
Okay.
good. You got what you need?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you better step back now, or. So item number 2 has been held over until next month, if I'm correct. Yep. That application is 393 Fishkill, 397 Fishkill, and 7 Conklin. Just in case anybody's here for that, that won't be covered tonight. That brings us to item number 3, continued public hearing and continued review of application for subdivision approval, 84 Anderson Street Residential, submitted by Sadhna Gupta. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Dan Kohler with Hudson Land Design. We're the engineer for the applicant. I'm just trying to get hooked up here. Okay. So at the last meeting, we had some discussions about the trees on the easterly boundary of the 84 Anderson Street parcel. And what we've done is we've gone out there to the site and we took a few measurements, and we're able to show the drip line of those trees on the map as well. So basically, my mouse isn't working so well. Give me a second here. See if this helps. Okay, it looks a little better. So we were able to show the drip line of those trees as we measured out in the field. And then we also were able to show, obviously some of the existing improvements that were on the site. Everything in red here is intended to be raised and removed from the site. So what you'll see is a lot of the trees that were along that easterly property line were overhanging part of that garage and part of the driveway already in this case. So as a result, we started touching on this at the last meeting. We mirrored the lot layout generally. So we took the area where the existing driveway is here at the cursor. If you remember, we had the driveway come in here and then it kind of came around. And then we had a retaining wall along that driveway to retain some of this slope. This all slopes down from the neighbor's property onto the applicant's property. So in doing that, we're able to really minimize a lot of the actual disturbance in that drip line. We recognize the drip line doesn't always represent a root zone or a critical root zone for a tree, but we're doing our best as we can at this point to try to minimize some of those issues. I apologize. So I wanted to also just show, this is what those trees look like on the easterly property line. I had mentioned to you all about those roots that were kind of sticking out on the side of that slope.
Will any of your earthwork provide for better coverage of the root systems on those?
That's what we had intended with the retaining wall. So the retaining wall was going to generally come up in elevation here.
Right.
And then we would have been able to backfill the backside of it with some soil. But, you have to do a little bit of cutting for a foundation for a retaining wall, so there could be some damage to some of those upper roots there as part of that. So being that this garage structure and the driveway had already been there, and there's been that disturbance in the past, we assume that some of those trees may have kind of meandered and did their own thing to avoid those areas as they need to naturally.
Are those, what are those, maples?
Yeah, there were some maples. Let's see, I go to the tree table here. So it was 30, yeah, 34 through 38, 39 are really the main trees in that area. There's some maples, walnuts, and oak, other maples.
Okay.
And then the last one's a cedar that's actually on the neighbor's property. The cedar.
All right, I was just curious, thanks.
Did anybody else go out there, by the way?
I've been by, but I didn't get that deep.
See, the back of this lot is full of bamboo. It's the thing that, the tree detail that really struck out to me.
Well, that's an invasive species.
Yeah. What's the plan for the bamboo?
Oh, that's on the back of 74. That's not on the back of 84. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. There's definitely a lot of bamboo on the backside of 74.
I
Yep.
was looking at these plans while I took the pictures of the bamboo, and it's definitely on the lot you're talking about.
That what? It's on Lot B, or Lot 2 of the previous file
That's
map.
right behind your house.
That's behind, on 74. She's the same applicant. I mean, I can talk to her about removing them if you want. It's not a problem necessarily.
What would be our purview about mitigating invasive species?
It looks like at some point somebody planted them and they spread it all over the place.
That's what they do.
Yeah, they take over.
Yeah, I mean, you can require it to be removed. I mean, technically, lot 74 is also part of this application because of the lot line adjustment.
Yeah, lot 1 of.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Mr. Jenkins?
Oh,
You're getting
Exactly.
flagged for poor
Penalty.
microphone management. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We could also ask them to stamp out any mayflies that they see, but,
lantern flies.
Yeah, I'll talk to her about it. That's fine.
yeah, if you're willing and they're willing.
She
yeah, I
she
mean,
may not want them in the back of the new house anyway. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, we'll do.
Okay.
No problem.
Okay,
So that's the idea.
great. Okay, so we'll go to our planner and engineer. Let's start with Mr. Russo first.
So you eliminated the retaining wall, but on sheet 5, you still have a note discussing the installation of a retaining wall and filling along those trees.
Okay, I'll make sure that comes off.
Okay. Other than that, we had no other comments.
Okay. Ms. Quinn?
Yep. My letter, I didn't have any new comments. Comment 1 was just summarizing the revision that was just discussed about, based on the conversation at the last meeting, kind of flipping the driveway, moving it further away from the adjacent parcel. And then I did just want to, we did get a number of public comments, I think, at the last meeting, and then in writing about the character of this neighborhood and whether the division of what is currently 2 lots into 4 lots was going to be out of character or higher density than the rest of the character. So I provided the board with a table because Anderson is a smaller street. I was able to kind of go through parcel by parcel and look at it. And the majority of parcels in this district as they exist, supporting either single family or 2-family homes, there's a few 2-families, range from 0.15 to kind of 3.2 or 3.3. There's some outliers that get bigger than that. There is a 0.6. So the proposed lots in question are going from 0.65 and 0.55 respectively, and then the 4 lots being created are ranging from 0.27 to 0.32. So the size of the lot is actually more in context with it meets code in terms of the size of the lot that is required for a single-family home in this district. But I did want to just show that, because I think if folks see a parcel the way it is for many years, that obviously becomes part of your what you experience on that block in terms of character. But in terms of in its relation to the other parcels in this district, the proposed lots are actually more similar to the existing lots on this block.
I appreciate that context. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else? All right, board, any questions of our consultants or of the applicant?
Yes. I'm wondering if it makes sense to address the steep slope and the erosion issue, with a retaining, like keeping the retaining wall so that you can improve the conditions that are there and, it's a steep slope. There's a lot of erosion. It's going to continue being an issue. So I would encourage you to look at a way to mitigate that. And thank you for looking at the realignment. I think that it works a lot better given, the context, and I appreciate it.
I'm curious, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think anytime you disturb something that has been the way it is for a while, there's a chance that you could hurt it as well. So I'd probably want to discuss it with an arborist that could really give us some real good advice in
Okay.
terms of how to maybe deal with that.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the steep is so, it's not very long. I don't think that the retaining wall needs to be that high. I don't think you need to do a footing. Like, I think, a unit block type wall with a minimal gravel footing would suffice. It's really just to get some stabilization of the slope and reduce the degree of slope.
Yeah, and one of those trees in that tree exhibit that we showed, actually, there was some dead limbs in there. I personally just had a tree come down. It was about a 36-inch maple on my property.
36?
About 36-inch diameter. A large limb came down, took out the wires behind our house, and it was the second large limb that's come down on that thing, but it looks great. I was like, what's wrong with this tree? So Central Hudson actually came in and took the rest of the tree down because it was now leaning and,
Wow.
and causing a safety issue. And once they actually did, what we found on the inside was a whole bunch of pulp, so that the main part of the tree, even though it looked great on the outside,
It was dying.
just really in poor shape,
Yep.
health at that point. So we certainly want to try to do our best to save any of these mature trees. We also have to be cognizant of the fact that somebody's going to be putting up, some of the largest investment of their life possibly to be on this lot, and that they may need to do some work on those trees to
Yep.
keep them in health, or in some cases, maybe even take them down on their own afterwards. I can't guarantee that somebody's not going to want to say, oh boy, that thing's a big threat to me right now, so.
Sure. Yeah.
But we're going to do our best as part of getting through this process, and I'll look into, maybe a small, like 1.5 to 2 foot gravity retaining wall that doesn't really need footings and drains, and then we can backfill behind it and give a little bit more soil there, a little bit less slope, so that we can have a relatively more stable slope behind the wall. We do have to grade 10 feet away from the house, so that gives me, I think I've got about 18 feet on that side, so I could probably put that wall about 8 feet off the property line and then still have some, so, yeah.
Just trying to kind of parse this with the draft resolution. Is this something we want to hold over till next month as far as the resolution based on this? I have to ask the tough question. Or is there a way we can parse the language?
Well, I think certainly if the consensus of the planning board is that a retaining wall should be installed there, then I think we at least need to add a condition that prior to the signing of the site plan, the plans need to be reflected to show that,
Yeah.
to the satisfaction of the city engineer.
Right.
That's fair.
So, okay, so that was my next question. We would make that a requirement of
Yeah.
the condition. Okay, so let's just make a note of that, because we're going to address the draft. Thank you. Okay, anything else, board?
I would I would recommend looking at a 3-foot high gravity retaining wall.
3-foot high gravity.
Thank you. Okay, we still have public hearing open. We have received, since last meeting and last meeting's public hearing, we've received some letters from the public. Those have been entered into the record, so if you're here and you have written a letter to us, you don't necessarily have to come up and repeat yourself. You're welcome to, but we'd like you to keep it brief. So with that, anyone here who'd like to comment on this application, please come up, state your name and address, and we look forward to your comments. Okay. With that, we can consider close.
Can I make a comment? As a public, Teresa Kraft, as a concerned resident, that's a lot of development on a very small section of town, and I know you told us last time that the residents have no say about that. Focusing on trees, I think there needs to be more focus on the reality of what that's going to do in that section and the infrastructure of our city, water, sewer, and all of that. There was just a water main break right up the road from there. Thank you.
Yeah. Let me be clear, the public does have a say, as just exhibited here. That's the whole point of the public hearing. So with that, we can consider closing the public hearing. I'll accept the motion to do so if we feel it's appropriate.
Motion.
Motion by David,
Seconded by Len.
second by Len, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so then we'll see you next month. No, wait, we have the resolution.
So you got that provision?
Let Kevin do it.
All right, so I'll make a motion to approve the resolution
Thank you.
with the amendment related to the retaining wall as discussed.
Very nicely done, thank you.
Second.
Second by Randall, that guy. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Oh, I didn't have dinner either, that's why.
You running on low shift.
Been on low sleep, no food.
Cookies.
Yeah, I came prepared tonight. You got a snack? Okay, that brings us to our next agenda item, which is let me make sure I have this right. Continued public hearing and continued review of application for subdivision approval, 108 Liberty Street, residential, submitted by Stephen Speccarelli and Claire Tipley. Good evening.
Good evening. For the record, Mike Bodendorf, Hudson Land Design, engineer for the applicant. Since we saw you last month, we appeared at the July 21st ZBA meeting, and they granted the area variance for the driveway on Lot 2. Excuse me here 1 second. And the changes that were made to the plans were minor in nature. The biggest change was removing the sidewalk past Lot 1, or past the driveway for Lot 2. There were some minor engineering changes related to sewer, and that's generally it. And in response to some of the public comments that we received from residents adjacent to the property. In reference to the comment that was made about some easement to the back of these lots, we did a deed research on 94 through 104, including 108 Liberty Street, and none of those deeds had any information regarding any easement or anything. So nothing exists on that to our knowledge.
I'll just add to, I did some independent research as well to try to find any record easement or right-of-way on this property or, anything in any of the adjacent properties deeds, and I also couldn't find anything.
Okay. I guess there is no easement.
Yeah, nothing of record, at least. This doesn't mean there hasn't been some kind of historic use, but.
Or verbal understanding.
Right, but we're not able to locate anything of record.
Okay, thank you.
And just to continue on that, the driveway, the way it's configured, doesn't block access to the rear of these lots in the future.
That's important.
Yeah, understood. Okay, we'll hear from our planner first. Natalie?
I had no comments. We'd had a few letters and times to review
Yep.
this, so all previous comments have been addressed.
Thank you. Mr. Russo?
All engineering comments have been addressed.
Great. Board? Questions, comments?
We got a public comment from someone on the adjacent property, I think condos or townhouses, and they were concerned about impact on water flows. I am having trouble understanding what the actual concern is, because the stream is flowing out of that complex and across the property and into the creek.
Right.
So I just wanted to mention that because I saw the comment and took note of it, but I'm at a loss for how this actually impacts that.
Yeah, I had trouble understanding how it impacts. There was a mention of old piping through that property. I don't know the condition of that piping. I think it's a 24-inch steel pipe that comes out of that ditch, but that ditch is at least 10 feet deep. So unless that pipe were to collapse, there's no way that that ditch is going to overtop, and that adjacent property is much higher than this property. So there's no way that any runoff from this property can enter that property.
Okay. Did you have any thoughts on that, John?
Yeah, there's no impact. I mean, it's going to be minimal that's coming off of this. Yes, there's an increase because of some impervious being added, but it's minimal.
And its direction is
Its direction, yeah, is
opposite?
away from this,
Yeah,
yes.
okay. All right. Anything else? No. Okay, so we do have the public hearing still open. Again, we have received written comments, and those are a part of the record now, and so if you are here to speak and you've shared your comments otherwise in writing, no need to come up, but you're welcome to, and of course, anyone else. Please, if you do have comments, state your name and address, and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Teresa Kraft, concerned resident. I'll keep it brief. Those public hearing signs were extremely hard to see through the overgrowth of those trees, and I wish that you would focus on not saving those trees that I believe are past their lifespan, and just build it right correctly the first time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Thoughts on closing the public hearing, folks? Otherwise, a motion to do so?
Motion to close the public hearing from Len.
Second?
Second?
Second by David. All in favor?
Aye.
And again, we have draft resolution. Any amendments we need to make?
We don't.
Oh, we don't?
We have to authorize.
Oh, we have to authorize draft.
Right, we had the ZBA last, in between these two meetings, so we
Right.
couldn't.
I'm gonna look at my notes closer. It says authorized draft.
Motion.
Second.
Motion to do so by Randall, second by Karen. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Okay, thank you.
God, we're just cooking through. So excited.
I think this is my best planning board meeting ever. All right, so we're going to move to next agenda item. Public hearing and continued review of application for amended site plan approval, Edgewater Place Residential, submitted by Scenic Beacon Developments LLC. Good evening.
Good evening, Allison.
I think first item of business, though, is to open the public hearing. Am I getting that right? Let's do that.
Motion.
Motion, right? I'm on it. Motion by Randall.
Second.
Second by Karen. All in favor?
Aye.
I was too eager. It's not even 8. Good evening, Allison Fauser, attorney with the law firm Cuddy and Fader, appearing on behalf of the applicant. With me this evening is Mike Bodendorf, our project engineer, and the applicant Rodney Weber. So this is a public hearing for an amended site plan application that's related to the previously approved Edgewater development. That was approved for 246 units several years ago throughout several residential multifamily buildings. We're now appearing after Phase 1 construction has been completed. We're coming before the city for amended approvals. That's kind of twofold approvals. So one is an amended special use permit before the city council, and that's related to an additional 2 dwelling units and an additional 9 bedrooms. The dwelling units are studios, and the 9 bedrooms are a result of a certain change in unit mix. Before this board is an amended site plan application. That's related to certain site improvements like off-street parking facilities and sort of ancillary landscaping and lighting updates. I'm going to have Mike go through the plan with those updates along with additional updates that were included in our most recent supplemental submission. Just before I do so, one additional procedural note. We appeared before the City Council last Monday. They set the public hearing, so that's next Monday. So we'll keep you updated on the outcome of that meeting.
Thanks.
Take it away.
Good evening. Okay, just a quick run-through of what changed on this plan for the benefit of the public. So we had land-based parking in this area now that is going to be a pollinator park. So these land bank spaces that were originally approved will be constructed along with the 12th space on the south side of this parking stall here. We're proposing to add 12 constructed parking spaces in this area here, and we're proposing to add 5 constructed parking spaces in the south portion of the site. We did revise some drainage to accommodate the additional land bank in the northeast portion of the site, which required us to bring a pipe through this area here. There was a tree located in this location right here where my cursor is. We moved that tree to this location and supplemented with some shrubs so that shrubs won't interfere with the pipe like a tree root would. We added additional screening along the back of the trash enclosure, and we're certainly open to adding more screening along this area and along Bank Street as commented by Mr. Russo. That's generally the changes that have occurred. Other than that, the site plan remains.
Okay, thank you. Let's start with engineering. Mix it up a little. Keep you on your toes, John.
Real spry tonight, aren't you?
Yeah, right? I'm on it.
So first comment had to do with the numbering of the sheets. This amended site plan was listed as sheet 6 of 16. It should be sheet 1 of 16, as there is another sheet 6. Sheet 6 of the previously approved plan set was the typical floor plan layout. That sheet will also need to be amended because that sheet reflected how many units were in each building, the number of bedrooms in each building. So as this is being modified, that sheet should also be modified to reflect what's actually going to occur. With regards to the trash enclosure and the extension of the parking lot, I was asking that additional shrubbery be installed along the east side of that parking lot to more or less prevent headlights from shining over to the residents across from Bank Street there. I think they could also supplement in some shrubbery around the trees that they're proposing on the back side of the trash enclosure to better screen that area.
Okay. Yeah, no, sorry, go ahead.
And then I was also noting that there should be some additional details with regards to the actual trash enclosure that is to be constructed. Although we have pictures, what was originally shown on the original plans is different than this, so I'd like to get the full details for this presented on this plan.
For the enclosure itself.
For the enclosure itself, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I know, Natalie, you had also made some observations about the trash enclosure as well, especially relative to its location, yeah?
Yeah, I think we saw the location of it at the last meeting, and I think what we asked the applicant to provide between then and now was detail for that enclosure, as well as additional landscaping between that and the property edge and the sidewalk there.
Yeah.
So for additional evergreens, which I'm assuming are something maybe like arborvitae or something that can do screening, are placed there. It's really all you can fit, and so that just led me, it's just a question to the board, and maybe if there's been a discussion of other alternatives, is the trash enclosure is now being kind of moved to the edge of the site closest to the public right-of-way. I'm just wondering, is there another place, rather than trying to plant arborvitae to screen this from public view, is there a way to move this further away from the public view, more internal to the site somewhere? an alternative to discussing additional kind of screening or anything like that. So that was kind of the one comment. And then the other one was with regards to parking. So, you know, and I think we have our traffic consultant who can talk to this as well, but there's obviously a higher demand. There's a reason why applicants would want to build out their land bank parking, right? And it's because they're seeing a demand and a need for parking on this site that maybe wasn't originally intended. That's why it was land banked and not originally shown as built out. So I think at the last meeting, from the property owner, we got some general averages of what he's seeing as parking demand across properties in Beacon. This is a unique site in that it's elevated. It's not necessarily in the walkable Main Street district. It's kind of set alone by itself on the top of a hill, more luxury, higher end apartments. So I think we asked for it, and I just didn't see it maybe it was in there and I missed it, but I just didn't see in there. We were asking for a portion of the site is already built out and rented. So we have really unique opportunity here to request utilization data from tenants, the demographic that is living here.
For this specific site.
For this specific site. And so that was requested at the last meeting. I don't think it was provided, so I just pointed that out, that since we are adding more units, more bedrooms, although they are minor, we might just want to have that discussion about the parking demand and utilization that we're seeing.
Yeah, it says validation, right? And Creighton Manning's not with us tonight, but in their letter, they did make the same observation that they're generally in agreement with the logic behind the need and your planning, but that it would be useful to have what you're proposing backed up with a little bit more site-specific data, right? Because you have those metrics. Yep.
And then that is part of just, it's not like we're just asking it for this. That is part of why you have a range in the new code. You're
Right.
allowed to have minimums and maximums. And part of that is that the board can also require specific data, not just ITE
Right.
or proportions, can ask for specific data for parking to kind of support that more flexible parking requirement. It is within the range. What is being proposed fits within the range that is permitted by the zoning code.
But you make a good point. Since it is ultimately up to us, it's better to make that determination based on actual facts.
Yeah, agreed. And what really is the benefit to eliminating the banked parking, the Area B? I mean,
Use? We need them.
it's already built. They're not going to build anything there. I mean,
What, in this location here you're talking about?
yeah, I mean, it obviously would not be particularly easy to build a parking lot in there based on the topography, but, I mean, that said, why not just leave the banked parking spaces there?
Well, there's upwards of 15 feet of rock cut to get that in.
Yeah.
So we're just looking for less impactful areas to place parking.
They shared at last meeting that it was determined and somewhat discovered post-approval that is a challenging area to build parking spaces in. So they're proposing alternative use and then the shift of the spaces to elsewhere within the property. So, okay. Yeah.
I'd just like to speak to the trash enclosure location real
please.
quick. I'll let Rodney speak to the parking. So there's 2 trash enclosures constructed now, and they're located at each end of buildings 5, 6, and 7. So similarly, for buildings 1 and 4, we have trash enclosures at each end. We did explore other areas based on Natalie's comment, but putting this north trash enclosure anywhere else makes us have to shift parking spaces or possibly lose parking spaces. So we prefer to leave it there. We'll be happy to, put much more landscaping in there. I believe Rodney puts in more landscaping than we show on our plans. For instance, I think here we're showing somewhere around 20 evergreens. There's 40 planted along this property line now. So it's, that will continue around the east side of the site, the south side of the site.
Yeah, so I appreciate you acknowledging the sort of requirement or request for additional visual screening. I think we want to make sure that just, to tie things up, that we memorialize what we're actually going to do here. So let's just talk about that, board, just relative to what we think is appropriate in terms of visual screening. if, in
yeah.
addition to,
I-
yeah, go ahead.
I think that the screening required the new parking, the land-baked parking. I'd like to see the landscape plan that was originally proposed, and then also like what actually an as-built of the landscape, because what's shown here, I think needs more density to screen, it's so close to the public right-of-way. So that would be helpful.
Yeah, and just for reference, the existing landscaping is shown on this in lighter scale, and what we either moved or added is in darker
I
scale.
understand that, but there's not the plant list.
Right. We'll provide that information.
Okay. Did you have anything else, Natalie?
No.
Yep, okay. Board, any other questions or comments to the applicant? Otherwise, we are now in open public hearing. So again, those who have thoughts on the subject, please make your way to the mic. You have 3 minutes. State your name and address. I don't know why I wait so long. It's like I'm waiting for somebody to pop out of the...
Sufficient time.
I don't want to rush things. I don't want to get accused of limiting public input. All right. I knew it. I knew it. I knew if I
I
waited
can't
long
believe you
enough,
say that on the
Teresa.
record. I just want to say, Teresa Kraft, these public amenities to get these extra, goodies approved, how many people are going to run to that pollinator park? And then are the residents going to love all of the public coming to that? I don't think so, but who am I to say? Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa.
That's a question for Karen. I was going to say, Pollinator Park has benefits whether anybody visits it or not, right? I mean, it's got a
Yeah,
benefit for wildlife,
Yes.
so.
It does, it has benefits regardless of people use it, for sure, yeah. And ecological benefits. I think it might be worth looking at the location of the trash bin and, we could perhaps relocate it to closer to Building 1, like where the entrance into the parking area where it's being relocated across from the entrance. We could possibly relocate it there, losing 2 spaces, but, it is really right in the public right-of-way where it's located at the moment.
Okay. Anyone else from the public? Yes.
Hi, good evening. Julia Cohen, 30 Bank Street. So I don't know, I came to the last hearing, not the last one, there might have been several on this property, the Edgewater, but I came maybe 3 or 4 years ago. So I've been on Bank Street, I bought my house about 5 years ago, and they've been building this for maybe 3 or 4 years of the 5 years. And I can't get any information about what has already been built and how much longer we have to suffer the constant noise and dust of Edgewater. And I don't really understand from this diagram, like if there's more buildings coming or if it's almost done. I just don't know where to get that information. So I just like some help figuring out how to get the information. When I went to the City Hall and asked them, they said, well, that building has already been approved. But that's not an answer for me. I know it's been approved. Of course it's been approved. But that's not the issue. So I'm sorry. I know it might not be relevant, but, they start at 6. I work from home. So they start at 6:30 in the morning, and they work sometimes until 7 p.m., and they also work on the weekends. So it's really affected my quality of life at my home. And I don't know if my neighbors feel the same way. They might not be here, but I just want to put in that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Hi, yes, of course.
My name is Teresa, and actually I'm living there in the complex. And as you see, I have a baby, I don't really have problems with the, I don't know if this type of construction, or I don't really have problems with the noise. I have a little bit now, I feel like it's a construction in the MAT, in the train station. That noise is really annoying. Yes, I just want to say that. And I'm very happy. And about the parking spaces there, I mean, you cannot really see now that it's the summer. There's a lot of trees going on, probably the winter time. I have not been in the winter time, but I mean, I feel very comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the public? Okay. Anything else from the applicant at the moment?
John, do you want to have the applicant address the construction duration?
Yeah, I think that's what he was going to do. If he wasn't, I was going to ask him to do so.
Rodney Weber, one of the owners of Edgewater, and yeah, I guess I have a few things on to address here. So first, we'll take up the garbage enclosures. So yeah, we thought thoroughly through the process of where to put the garbage enclosures and why. One of the things, one of the necessary things is actually the garbage trucks. And so how easily is it for the garbage trucks, and how safe is it for the garbage trucks to get in and out of these particular areas for the garbage? And having discussed that with Royal Carting personally and gone through it several times with other sites, that's why these 4 sites and their orientation have been chosen as such. As far as seeing the back of the garbage enclosures, I have some examples. We took a couple of pictures of the backs of some enclosures that are existing at, oh, they get bigger. So this is the back of one of the garbage enclosures, and that's one with, which does not have trees in front of it. So we do our best to blend it in with the actual construction and the types of materials. This would be made of natural cedar and then stained gray, so that you never see any garbage whatsoever on a concrete pad. And then we have another picture where there is some plantings in back of it. Now, of course, none of these are in areas where we have neighbors, but we still like to keep them hidden for our residents as well. So we like to make them look the best they can. So here's another garbage enclosure. And again, we're planting not only trees around them, but also pollinators, so it blends in a little bit with the site itself to hide it the best we can. We're trying to use materials which last long, easy to maintain, as well as easy for the garbage people to come in and obtain the garbage.
Rodney, can you just explain, so the other 3 are kind of at the end of lane, at like turning points, and they're a little bit catty corner, right? So this one is actually unique in its placement in that it's like at the dead end
Yes.
of this row. So can you talk a little bit more about why it's not possible where a truck could just back in right here, where you have more of a landscape buffer, you have more of an edge here, and it's further away from the sidewalk. So this seems to be like where a truck would back up in the same way that a truck's backing up there and this one. So why was this location not viable?
So it's the depth of the garbage enclosure too. We make it so that the actual depth, so that the car or truck can get past a certain point. You can open up the doors so it's not in the traffic right away. And when you do that in that particular location, you're going to be well off the edge of that hill, which is, on that side. And it's quite steep there as well.
Okay.
So we would have to build that up. We'd have the big retaining wall, et cetera, et cetera. You would see, the neighbors would see that a lot more than. And also the location here down at that particular end that we're discussing, there are no, to the north, there's no residents living who can actually see. They can drive by it, but they don't actually look upon it. And then to Bank Street, there's plenty of space there actually to get some coverage, a lot more than there would be on Tompkins Terrace itself, the street of Tompkins, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I just think we're kind of going around the alternatives and
Sure.
choosing the ones that don't work, right? Because if we had the more parking and we could be considering them in balance, you could just put it where where 2 parking spaces are proposed, and you wouldn't have to go into the hill. And it is, maybe there's no house there, but that is where the sidewalk Is this not the main sidewalk entrance to the development?
The depth of that garbage space, so that garbage space there will be 23 feet wide and will be a depth with the doors, so they can, if you have, the depths of the doors would be about 5 feet. So if you add 5 feet and then you go to the depth of the parking space, the actual depth, I'm going off the top of my head with numbers, is probably about 20 feet or so. So that's about 25 feet. So, and your average parking space is 18 feet. And then, but you're 18 feet plus the 5 feet, plus you have to go off the hill. So there's quite a difference. And then, of course, with the parking, garbage, they like to back in and then back out. So in this particular, if you go to a T, wherever there's a T, it's much easier for the people coming in to do parking or garbage. And then, of course, when they're taking refuge from that particular spot, it blocks the traffic in both directions rather than being at the end where they don't block any traffic coming in and out.
Could you go through the measurements of that trash enclosure?
Okay, I'm doing this off the top of my head. Right? So-
Well, I mean, maybe it doesn't need to be answered now, but if we could have those alternatives
Sure,
analyzed,
yeah.
because you have one over here, like the thing you just said you can't do is done elsewhere on the site.
Yes.
So maybe if we had a little bit more of a diagram or narrative of the alternatives that have been considered and why they're not appropriate, I think that
Sure.
would be more useful time to respond to that.
Yeah,
rather
to
than-
maximize the parking and to minimize the impact on, say, for instance, taking over that hill where we had our original parking spaces, right? So on that particular hill, you're doing all sorts of boring tests. Now, you can't bore everywhere, and that's where the actual original land bank parking was. So we were off with some of our bores, and then, of course, in 5 places, and that whole area was one big knoll of, not shale, but solid bedrock. So, and it just came right up to the surface. As you can see, you can bring it up in a couple pictures, Mike, if you could, right there. So this is up at the top of where the land bank parking would be, and you're looking right there at bedrock. And so right now, we replace that with more pollinator plants, and there'll be trees mixed in with that later. But we do our best to, again, to plant a lot of flowers and that exceed throughout the year. But and to have the least amount of impact, right now in that area, we have about an acre or so of park. If we go ahead and try parking more spaces there, then it's not just the parking spaces, but the road going back and forth to get to the parking spaces. If we're in the parking lot itself, you have the least amount of asphalt and hardscape. And by doing it the way we're doing it now, we get the least amount of hardscape and asphalt and try to keep them tucked into different places and the least amount of impact for trucks and cars going back and forth as far as traffic is concerned.
Okay.
It's good.
Did you want to address your
Okay.
timeframe?
Yeah, so as far as time frame, and I do apologize that it's taken us longer than it has, and there is various reasons for that. However, we're really speeding up the process now, and we'll be finished building. There's 4 left on the top, 2 of which are already built at full height, and the third, all the foundations already put in, and then the 4th is on a slab. So the last 2 will go a lot quicker. You won't hear much at all from 4 and 3 now that it's mostly internal. And of course, we've done already most of all our site work. The site work was tough on this site. It's something that you can't foresee all the time. And that's kind of was our restraint, a few of our restraints on this particular site. So we are speeding up the process. We'll be finished the 3 buildings. Sorry, it's a little dry. We'll be finished 2 of them by the end of November, one by the end of September, then November, the next one in February, and the last one should be finished by June.
June of next year?
June of next year, yes.
But you mentioned a lot of the site work is done, some of the significant noise-producing work?
That is correct. And that also goes on the site too, so as far as screening for neighbors, et cetera, we've created berms in various places so that the lights of cars don't protrude on our neighbors' properties, so that we don't have light pollution on various neighbors. And then, of course, we, as Mike's stated earlier, we've planted and we're continuing to plant more trees and various plants on our properties, even more so that's actually on the actual landscaping plan, which you can also see when you go to some of our other properties like 7 Creek or 11 Creek or 28 Creek or around the town a little bit. We try to put our best foot forward when it comes to parks and plants and flowers, et cetera, and trying to use 99% of the time native species and trying to get rid of the invasive slowly as well.
No bamboo?
No bamboo. No bamboo.
Good. Okay. We are still in public hearing.
Oh, you also, I think
is
you
there
also
something else?
mentioned to me you want some parking studies as far as on the sites?
Say again?
Parking studies? You wanted to hear a few numbers?
Yeah, so you'd mentioned in the past that you have taken kind of a survey of all of your properties and what your kind of average across those is. That's helpful. But I think the metric we're more interested in, because we're studying this specific application, is what those numbers are for this site, right?
So I have hard numbers for you. So in 18 Edgewater Place, that would be, right now we have 44 vehicles. And
yeah, and again, tied back to your metric of, right, again, you mentioned across your properties was 1.25, and that's what you're using here?
Yep.
Does that comport to the metric for this particular site, right?
Right
is
on.
It 125, is it 129, what is it?
Yep, so if we go average for the 3 buildings, and I take the average for all 3 buildings, and remember, what we also did was, just in case, and we're also noticing that over there because it's a particular place where you can't do a lot of off-street parking. So we do need, on average, we're looking at 3 visitor parking spots per building. So if we take the 3 parking spots per building on average, right now with the residents, and they're fully occupied for the 3 of the buildings on the west side of the project, we've got an average of 1.27.
Oh, okay.
And we were saying that it'd be 1.29. And that again includes the 3 visitor parking spaces per building, so that we're not encumbering our residents and Bank Street as well as Tompkins Terrace.
So you're saying existing average usage 1.27, and what your, and I may get this wrong, but what your final build will reflect is an available parking metric of 1.29?
1.29,
Okay.
and that includes the 3 visitor parking spaces per building. If I take away the 3 visitor parking spaces per building, of course, our average goes down.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
No, that all makes sense.
Yeah.
Is it possible to include that in your cover? You were going to give us the breakdown by building and stuff?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can give you all, I can also, and I know that you asked for averages for all the other buildings that we were maintaining and managing for others here in Beacon. So we have all the averages of all the other buildings.
More concerned with this site specifically.
No problem.
This one, yeah.
Does that board change thinking to any degree on the number that's being requested relative to the metrics for this particular site? Thoughts?
Seems reasonable.
I mean, it's consistent, I'm just,
Right.
it's more important to keep track of this with this development in particular, because the bulk of the, if not all of the street parking around there has got a 4-hour limit on it, which there's history to that, but.
And that's exactly where we want to build out some of that land bank parking, just not to encumber the residents later on, trying to push the limit of, okay, what are we going to do? And of course, in the future, we're also wanting to do a couple of different things, bike shares and various other things once the other 2 buildings are done, because they have podium parking, so we'll have that availability as well as we've provided an electric bike building on the property, so that we don't, it's very handy for the residents. They can charge their bikes, and then on top of that, we're not allowing fire hazards into the building, which you've seen on the news in several other places. So
You mean
we've already
e-bikes?
put that. Say again?
E-bikes, you mean?
E-bikes, yeah.
Yeah, so ultimately, at the end of the day, you're building slightly in excess of what your current demand is telling you.
Yes.
The need is, yeah, so, thank you.
You're
Okay.
welcome.
Anyone else from the public, since we do have public hearing open? Otherwise, thoughts on closing public hearing, board? Or otherwise, a motion to do so?
Do we want to hold it open to see, Natalie requested a look at, like, where to locate the,
Can't hurt.
The
Do we
bin.
need to, we don't need to close the authorized draft, do we?
You do not, no.
Yeah, okay, all right. I mean, we could keep it open.
So how about if we make a motion to authorize a draft resolution?
Let's do that.
Motion.
Are you making the motion? Motion by David. Second.
Seconded by Len.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Is there anything else we can do for you this evening?
No, that takes care of everything. Thank you.
Great. Let's see. So we're going to move to item number 6, public hearing and continued review of application for amended site plan approval, 248 Tyranda Avenue, residential, submitted by Beacon 248 Holdings LLC. First order of business on this tonight will be to open public hearing. May I have a motion to do so?
motion?
Motion by Karen.
Seconded by Len.
Second by Len. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good evening.
Good evening, Jay Blumenfeld for Beacon 248 Holding. So just for the, it's on? So just for the sake of the public hearing, just figured I'll give a quick recap of where we are. We currently have 2 buildings built by the site called Buildings 200 and 300 with 64 total units. And we, in May, have received concept plan approval from the City Council to construct another 2 buildings, which we are calling Building 50, Building 100, which will have 136 additional units for a total of 200 units by the site, which include 27 below market rate units for a total of 35 below market rate units by the site. Since the last submission and planning board meeting in July, we've updated our information and submitted a new packet with updated architecturals, updated renderings, and updated civil. And I am here tonight with Alex Blakely, who is the architect, as well as Kyle Ahern, who's the civil engineer. And I figured I'll give them a minute to say a few words about the updates that we've done. So, Alex, you want to go first?
Good evening, members of the board. I think would sum up by saying that we, for the most part, have, as we've stated before, made an effort to continue the architectural expression that we have in buildings 200 and 300 with this building 50 and 100, as we're calling it now. And we've, in efforts to refine it, we have added some components that actually I think have made the project even better, that being this sort of articulated plinth at the creek side of the buildings and at the street side to mitigate or create a transition from the building's bulk down into the topography. In addition to that, on the new drawings that we have brought or that were submitted, I don't know, we've added some more detail to these patios in the back, which also comprise this plinth that I just mentioned.
I had a question about those while you're looking for your renderings. Appreciating the sort of what you called plinth, that construction that sort of forms a patio on the creek side. Yep, I'm looking at that exact one. My sense is it's a little weird with the perspective, but that the wall itself forms fall protection. There's no other railing required. Is that right?
There's a railing is not required, and I agree, by the way, that this perspective is a little odd because we took it from a position which is slightly higher than eye level, if that's what you're recognizing or calling weird, in order to show the surface material.
Yeah, it's just, it's hard to gauge off the surface of the terrace the height of the retaining wall.
Right. So.
Meaning, I wouldn't want to come back to find that you built that low, and then you need another wrought iron railing or something. My point is
Right.
Ultimately your intent is that this is the aesthetic.
in terms of the height of it and the risk of falling, the height of it is not more than 30 inches from the abutting terrain there.
My question is, does the concrete or whatever the material is, does this block wall from the surface of the patio to the top of the wall meet your fall protection requirements, your minimum height?
It
wouldn't need fall protection.
we don't need a fall protection because we're less than 30 inches from the grade.
That doesn't look like it. So again, I think this kind of goes to a larger point. We'll get into it a little bit more in detail because it's going to become a requirement that what you're representing in renderings is, I don't want any kind of question, the kinds of questions that I'm asking to come up later when you're building to where there's some kind of confusion. So again, I could go to the elevations, which I did. It still doesn't necessarily clearly answer the question. So those are the kinds of things. We want to make sure that what you're representing here, what we're seeing here in the 3D renderings, and as well, what ultimately ends up getting submitted for building department approval, are reflective of what you're actually going to build.
Yes.
Right? So I don't need the answer now. It's just things like that we want to make sure that we have clear direction on and understanding of.
Yeah, you picked up on an item which we've put a lot of effort into in terms of understanding what the requirements are for it and, representing it. It's something that, we went back and forth on in terms of how we were going to provide protection there. And so this is, as you're seeing it, it's being developed and it will be built exactly the way it's ultimately approved.
Just to clarify a bit more, the reason it looks a little more than 30 inches is because the wall that you see is a little more than 30 inches. The actual code, to our understanding, is that the differential between the patio height and the landscape that abuts the patio, that has to be under 30 inches to avoid requiring
Whatever the code requires.
Yes. We're showing
I want to
about
understand
12
what you're
inches.
building
Yes.
relative to whatever life safety is required, right?
Can we put a question to?
Yeah, ultimately it's going to be submitted and approved by, the building department. So this.
That's the nuance that I want to make sure we're absolutely clear on. Yes, ultimately, what you're representing to us and what we approve will be submitted to the building department, and nothing more, nothing less.
Absolutely.
That's my point here. So when we're reviewing this, when we're approving it, I want to understand clearly, because then I have confidence that what you're submitting
It's over 3 feet.
goes to the building department, and again, nothing different, nothing more, nothing less. You see what I'm saying?
Very clear, yes.
Okay.
It's very clear.
So-
And I'm glad you're holding us to it.
So basically, you need to take a look at the grading plans, because that shows that at 30 inches or greater, the differential.
Yeah.
So you would require fall protection.
So, yeah, can I ask a question of John and Brian, a clarifying question? So I think what I just heard the applicant say was that they're measuring the 30 inches from the floor surface of the patio, but if they create a parapet wall such that somebody can sit on that parapet or a child can stand on it, and that's greater than 30 inches, how does that get handled?
Yeah.
You just need a code-required height to prevent fall, regardless of somebody standing on it, because that's not the intent. And it's all measured in a factor of how high it is above grade, right? So, okay?
Yeah, so we can clarify this in the next submission, but the spot grades are showing 2.5 feet or 30 inches.
Again,
But-
ultimately, what you're going to end up representing there is going to be reflective of what's required, all right? Okay, so we don't need to parse the details now. What I'm saying is because if you need a railing at any one point, even if the grade changes, I don't imagine you're going to stop the railing because it happens to, come above the code requirement. You're probably going to continue the railing, right? And so, again, I just want to make sure that what you're intending to build, ultimate end state, you're representing here to us, and that it's clear, and there's a real rationale for it, right? I don't care if it's I might have an opinion on it, but it doesn't matter at this point whether it's a concrete wall that is your fall protection or a metal railing that is your fall protection. If you need that, which you will determine, you need to represent it accurately and correctly. That's all. That's what I'm saying.
Our
That make sense?
intention is twofold, which is number one, whatever we show is exactly how we build it. And secondly, to make sure that everything's up to code. And to that effect, I will reach out to Brian to just double check our understanding so that we could avoid any issues. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. I didn't mean to derail you,
No, that's
but just
fine.
since
So,
we were on the subject, I thought I'd hit it.
We also added some other additional details, including showing mechanical enclosures at the roof.
Can you describe those in detail?
Yes.
Please, thank you.
So they are, what are we talking, okay. I forget what we have, what height.
Painted black wooden slats.
Okay, so those are painted black wooden slats that we have at approximately, I believe, 6 feet high. Do we have an image of that? Yes. We don't have an actual rendering of that taken from the roof, but that would be the next bit of detail that we would include.
Okay. Yeah, so again, I think if you're able to describe it here verbally, that's one thing, but if it's not then represented on what you're
Right.
showing here, and again, look, the renderings are great. They are able to quickly provide us with an understanding. And we know ultimately that what you're going to build needs to be on the drawings you submit to the building department, but to help our understanding, it is best that what you're representing in the renderings, and especially important things like this, that you represent them accurately to what you're going to build, right? And that we're not left with any questions about, and it's not that the renderings are design intent, because we're done with that, right?
Yeah, I understand. It's very clear to me that your point, yeah.
Okay.
And
You may
again,
have heard
I'm
we've had some
actually
troubles in the
very happy
past.
that you're holding us to it.
Okay, so thank you.
Can I just, for a second, just to clarify, because we worked with SOCO on this, but it is called out as wooden slat screening with a black finish. And it does show up on the rendering,
Okay, if
on
you
the
could show it.
elevation. So,
Help me understand what I'm
so
looking at.
again, I think we could, to Alex's point, create a visual that is closer up and a lot more detailed than this, but
Okay.
if I could just start from a bird's eye view quickly, and I'll walk through it very quickly. On each of the buildings, the bulkheads are in slightly different locations, but the idea is to bridge the gap between the two bulkheads. I think one of the main things that we're doing to change the issue that we've had with the, one of the main things we're doing to change the issue that we've had with the first two buildings is that we're pushing these back, and we're going to keep them where we show them and not change that. And just having that further back in the first place, I think, is a big change. But this is, the area of the enclosure is clearly delineated on both of the rooftops, and it does show clearly on the elevations. And I know that it's a lot, so it might be hard to pick that up when we're zooming in, but it is called out on the black and white elevation as a wooden slat screening painted black, and I know there's not I believe that the height is 5 feet.
Okay, so again, what I see here is, right, the bulkheads, there's a stair in one end, right?
Mm-hmm.
That thing that sticks up, and then there's a larger, whether that's elevator overrun, mechanical. They look to me like they could be anything, right? And you describe them as wood slats. Those don't necessarily look to me like wood slats. They look like either...
They look black.
They look large black panels, yeah. So please, a little bit more detail, just so that we're absolutely clear.
I think we could do a close-up elevation of just that detail.
Thank you.
And describe the material in detail.
And then
And the dimensioning of it?
Yes, that's always helpful. Thank you. Then, to be clear, you're not proposing any other mechanical equipment on the roof that would be visible everything is screened, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. So none of these Fujitsu,
All-
fan things
The full
staring us in the
building,
face?
yeah, each individual unit in the apartment will have its own heat pump condensing unit, which will be below the level of that screening, and will all be located between the two bulkheads on either of the rooftops. That would be the first one.
Okay, so wait, let me get this clear.
Yep.
So they're on the roof, between the bulkheads?
Yes.
Okay, so again.
Is this a screen here that you're talking about?
That's exactly what I'm trying to get at, yeah.
I think that.
If I'm understanding you correctly, on the elevation drawing, it's a sort of a narrow band of screening between the two protruding bulkheads, right? That,
Yes.
your cursor, a little bit above your cursor, right?
It appears quite low because
Yeah.
behind a parapet.
Yeah.
Right, so
Again,
it's
just, even
yeah,
if
so
it's a
what you're looking
section,
at
even
is
if
that
it's a
lengthy,
section
it
that
spans
represents
about
what the visual
6
is,
windows.
that's gonna be helpful, because look, I was first assuming that you're hiding the units in the taller
No.
elements. So
Right.
again, that's not clear to me. And if
Understood.
it's not clear to me, it's not cleer to anybody.
Yes. No, I think to Alex's point, it looks lower just because you have the parapet wall. I do
Got it.
think that, and I will double check this, we'll triple check to make sure that it will all fit within that parameter and below.
Best way to do that?
Yes.
Blow-up section,
The ones that you see on buildings 200 and 300 offend me more than anybody else, so.
yeah, that's
Not just you.
nice of you to say, but they're still there.
Yes.
We
Okay.
haven't forgotten that we were promised that scorched, screening.
Yeah. Yeah, so
I think
again-
we also need to remember to put the detail, not just on the rendering, but it's actually more important to put it on the elevations.
Yeah.
With
So
the
it-
dimensions
yeah,
and all
yeah.
of that, right?
Just to clarify, I know it's not adequate, but this is the elevation side of it. It does have that detail, so again, we'll put more
Yeah.
detail in.
I think,
That's-
from
yes.
the, what is that, southmost face, facing the creek, from that building edge, the parapet down to the roof level, all the way over to the units and that screening, and then put the unit in there and the height of the unit. And that's super clear to me, then what your intent is, and then any other blow-up details of the construction of that wood slat screening element with dimensions.
Well, we'll make sure it's clear.
I think this portion of the building is the last thing that it's the most recent thing that we began to develop, so you're seeing it in its
Yep,
initial phases,
understood.
and it will be more clearly
Okay.
represented in the next,
And in fact, while you're at it, you can take it all the way to the, what is that? Sergeant School face, the Tyranda face too, because you're also potentially going to have a view from the street.
right.
So thank you. Okay. Anything else?
I was just gonna.
Yeah, please.
Give a few civil updates.
Yep, just a couple updates. Based on the discussion last time, at last meeting, I should say, and the previous engineering comments, we made some tweaks to the SWIP. We made some revisions to the lighting, specifically just adding more information from the specs. We also provided the cut sheets for that matter. But made it a little more clear on the lighting plan what fixtures were existing versus proposed. And just one point of clarification while we're here, when we're talking about a proposed light pole, those are technically existing. Whoops. So they're currently located in front of the foundation for what was called Building 100, which is now essentially in the location of Building 50. Those poles and those fixtures are just being relocated, so they're not interfering with the current site plan. But they are, already on site, and they also match the other existing fixtures that are remaining where they were installed. So now they're both called LPD, but they have two different symbols to designate what's installed and staying where it is versus being relocated to its final location.
Okay.
Bollards are the same. They're not being relocated, but they are, again, they're LB/G is what we're naming them, so the proposed bollards will match what's currently installed at the site. We also made we added some additional landscaping, specifically in front of the terrace wall that we had discussed at the last meeting, to provide some additional separation between the terraces and the greenway, and also to screen that wall a bit. We received, after our submission, we received a county planning letter, but we will address those comments. Well, I should say we'll respond to those comments, but we believe they've already been addressed. They essentially are just asking for clarification on things that are existing. So they asked about EV chargers. There are existing chargers that will remain. Same with the bike rack. There's a bike rack currently located just south of Building 200 and this island that will remain. And their questions about lighting, which are addressed by the fact that they are existing fixtures that are being continued. The only other update from our end is the Department of Health submission, anticipating end of next week. So, John, I'll get a copy over to you of that submission, and that's really it I have on my end.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll go to our city engineer, Mr. John Russo, for any highlights from your comments.
So they did address a lot of the comments that we previously had. They do have to go back to the Department of Health for amended approvals. They did revise their stormwater pollution prevention plan. We did find it acceptable, and they are attenuating the stormwater on the site.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Board.
I have a question about the pool terrace. Can you tell me how tall the retaining wall is there on the east side?
Answer the tall question. It is approximately 20. Can you go to C-140? I want to say 22 feet. Yeah, 20 to 23 or so.
Okay, do you have a detail of the railing there, or, and that's just a single plane of what material?
We have a rendering of that, don't we? Actually, no, we don't.
Material. Okay. The material in terms of the actual patios could be concrete pavers. And
The wall, I'm
correct?
sorry, the material of the wall.
Material of the wall. The material of the wall would be, it's a poured concrete wall, and we were discussing facing that with the same facing that would be on those patios, which I think is, I'm sorry. Not sure why it's freezing up on me. Kyle, idea how to get this back, but.
I'm trying to get to the other.
Am I right, too, that it looks, at least from the distant view from across the creek, it looks like you're intending to terrace that wall?
Not
on
the
the
one
creek
at the
side?
pool is not, oh, well, just the edges of it, but.
Just the edges of it, so.
So, and how close is the trail to the wall there?
Is there an elevation of just the pool or no? Okay. So, in terms of material, just that would be the same material that's found throughout.
Is that cultured stone, real stone? What are you planning on using?
It's a cultured stone. That's basically a split face, sort of granite-looking stone.
Okay. So, and how close does the trail to the 20-foot retaining wall?
I believe it's at its closest point, it's about 5 feet. And then where the hill allows more space, it's pulled as far out as we can.
Okay. So I'd like to see some details on how you're going to mitigate the imposing vertical height right next to the trail there. And you also have a note on the retaining wall along the trail and also in between buildings 150 for a pipe rail fall protection fencing. I'd like to see a detail of that, and I'd like you to consider something more decorative than pipe rail.
So, it's on the retaining wall. Just one thing I want to point out as well is that something that we talked about when we had the meeting with the landscape architect from LaBella is that we're going to do whatever we can to soften up that wall within means. And one of the items that you could see here is the landscape plan, which I don't have the exact reference for the species, but the idea is to use landscaping as much as possible in addition. And in terms of the pipe rail, so is there a specific preference? I don't think we as a developer have a major preference, but.
I would just like to see something presented.
Right, okay.
I haven't seen a detail for that.
I think to expand on that, what would be very helpful is if you have product material for the wall, for the wall cap, for the patio paving.
Sure.
For as well, I know you have it in place already, but I'm assuming the railings that you're using on the balconies for the new construction are going to match the railings on the balconies for the existing construction, is that right?
Right, those are all fabricated locally, and we would copy the same
If you could
design.
provide material data on that as well, with visuals, it may form a basis for what railings you do elsewhere.
Sure.
In particular, this one. So that would be super helpful.
Yeah. Is there, can you talk through the placement? Is that a pool on that terrace?
Yes.
So can you talk through the placement of that and not like choosing to push the pool up against the retaining wall as opposed to allowing some terracing of that wall?
Well, the placement really comes from the fact that beyond the pool area is parking area, and we'd rather have the pool beyond that those parking spaces. As the pool is situated right now, it actually doesn't conflict with the parking spaces in the garage below. So the parking spaces would be able to go just up to the edge over there, and then we'll be free to structure what's under the pool, which obviously is quite a bit of extra load, without any interference with parking spots. So one thing if we still have some room under the pool, which I think we will, we were thinking of maybe adding in some additional like overflow bike storage there. But that's why the pool is located where it is.
Yeah, I was gonna observe. It seems crammed up against that edge there.
Yeah. What's the width of the patio between the?
There's a couple of reasons why it's pushed up against there. I mean, one is just because you want the pool to get, the best insulation, the sunlight coming from it, so it's not backed up between the buildings there.
I'm not an expert at designing pools, but if you're just to ask me that, I don't know, it seems like you're not giving yourself enough kind of air on that creek side of the pool. Yeah. Look, at the end of the day, I understand your rationale for placing it where it is relative to the parking, but to Karen's point, it being there limits any other opportunity for that basically sheer wall to become something a little bit more sort of humane at the creek level, right? So it's either, prove to us, show us how you plan to kind of mitigate that
We've got a plan for it.
cliff
We're going to show
impact,
you. Yeah.
right? Or, look at, again, you've got, this is something this is an amenity you're building for your tenants, right? Is this where it's placed relative to the amount of sun it gets? Yeah, it's great that this pool's going to absorb the heat of the sun, but who's going to actually sit there, unless you have screening, shading, and, for the actual use of it, how many people can actually sit around it because you're really limiting the ability to do that to one or maybe two sides. So it's just things like that. You're building the amenity, and it's up to you ultimately whether you think that amenity is something that people are going to use. I don't know. But you got to weigh that against, the points that Karen's making relative to that. That being the reason that big 20-some-odd foot wall is there.
Yeah, can the Greenway Trail be pushed away?
So that's exactly right. So one thing that Kyle and I spent time on today, which is literally today, and we're seeing what we could do, and maybe, I don't know, Kyle, I could let you talk more to it a little bit, is seeing if we could push that wall further back. And obviously the elevation there is specifically what necessitates, the need for the wall there. But we do think that, you could say preliminarily what we came up with.
Yeah, so we're looking at both of the walls that are located on the east side of the Greenway. We're looking at opportunities to push it further from the building 50 and 100, and that will help give more breathing room there. Because as we've talked about building 200 and 300 in the past, we don't want to repeat that constrained feeling for the trail. So that will help not just with the pool deck, but it will help just overall open up that area to have a little more breathing room there and not feel like you're walking through, a valley, the way that 200 and 300 in some certain locations feel. So it's this wall in front of the pool deck, and then there's also another wall. We're looking to do the same thing further to the south.
Okay.
And we can't go too far because we do have the floodplain there. We have the floodway.
Totally.
But,
Look, it's good to know we're not the only ones thinking about it, and that you are too. So thank you, and we'll look forward to seeing what other ideas you have next month.
And just one other thing, we actually also this week did hire a consultant, a local consultant that deals with pools. So one of the first things I want to do with him is discuss the concerns that we had here. But I think once, in the next few days, hopefully, once Kyle lets us know how far back we could push those walls, we'll feed it back to Alex, and we'll see what we come up with.
Yeah, great.
Also, the retaining wall that's right below the pool terrace, that will need a fall protection rail?
Yeah. Yes, I believe.
There's no note on that one.
Oh, that should have been copy-paste, but I guess we'll make a note of that.
Okay, so I don't believe we've gone to the public yet, have we?
No.
Nope.
Okay, anything else, board, before we do? Questions, thoughts? Okay. So we will go to the public. Again, anyone here who would like to share their thoughts, you're welcome to. 3-minute maximum, and please share your name and address before you share your comments. Thank you.
Hello, I am Jessica Eriksmoen. I'm a 15-year resident of 98 Neville's, directly across the street from this undertaking. I'm here to appreciate your expertise and rigor that I just witnessed. Thank you for your questions and your comments. And I'd like to acknowledge that you all still have real authority over this site plan, and I'm asking you to use it. More and more, I've become concerned that when the city council, zoning, and planning boards impose conditions on developments around town, there doesn't seem to be a clear system in place to make sure those requirements are actually followed. Maybe things will be different with our new building inspector, I don't know. The 248 Tyranda has a long, complicated history, I'm sure as you know, of approvals, amendments, variances, and non-compliance. I have questions about whether those inspections happened or whether the creek setbacks were actually observed. But the Highlands Current reported that 64 units had already been leased and then occupied before the necessary certificates of occupancy were obtained. In response, Mr. Cohn's lawyer requested a retroactive good cause exception, which was granted with an explicit note that it should not be considered precedent. And on a personal note, I've witnessed blatant disregard for construction hours that affected my quality of life for literal years. And here we go again. So. So I'm scared here that this is not going to go well. That's some of the history, but moving forward, it's crucial to clearly outline what's required, what gets inspected at specific points during construction, and addressing any violation that might have occurred. While enforcement isn't in your purview, I know, ensuring that the guidelines are specific, understood, and monitored certainly is. Lastly, lighting. Last January, there was a blatant assault of a woman, a brutal assault of a woman in the area along the Tyranda guardrail, which made something very obvious to me, that their nearly quarter-of-a-mile stretch has no lighting at all. Adding 136 apartments means more residents, more pedestrians, more cyclists, more children walking to and riding their bikes to school or waiting for their buses, and it's still pitch black at 6:30 a.m. in the winter when my daughter waits for her bus there. They won't be visible to drivers until it's too late. This is clearly a risk to public safety. Beacon's site planning regulations allow this planning board to consider exterior lighting and pedestrian safety. So I'm asking for you to require a thoughtful lighting plan for Tyranda from the Arno entrance to Walcott Avenue. I'd like to think that Mr. Cohn and Mr. Blumenfeld want to foster a good relationship with this neighborhood. A lighting plan would go a very long way in that regard. I'm not opposed to development, but I am opposed to development without accountability. Please make your conditions specific, monitored, and enforced. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Hong Liu, H-A-N-G, last name L-I-U. My wife and I are the homeowners at 23 Christie Drive, which is across the creek from the development. Appreciate the opportunity to hear about this. My main question, as someone who is not familiar with the planning and construction process, is that if something were to happen and we have questions and construction begins and we are across the creek from the site, whom should we contact? Whom do we, as homeowners with a young child, what is that process like in Beacon?
That would be the building department.
Okay, and we can get a copy of what is the planning, the process. Like it is a very broad question, but I do appreciate.
So all the documents that are being reviewed tonight are all located on the city's website. A link to the planning board's agenda contains all of the documents that are being reviewed and discussed, including all the plans. Once the final plans are approved and signed by the chairman, those plans will be available in the building department. There's something called a Freedom of Information Law request that you can make, a FOIL request to review any of the documents that are on file at the building department.
Okay.
I hope that answers your question.
It does. Again, I'm coming from a place where I'm not very familiar with how this all works.
Sure.
So how long is this all going to take before construction starts, before building starts? I mean, I received this notice very helpfully in the mail, so just trying to find out in case my neighbors have questions.
Yeah, as far as time frame, we can revert that question to the applicant, once we're past other public comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Anyone else?
Teresa Kraft, concerned resident. You were mentioning that wall with that pool. I'm curious, it was very hard to see on the plans and all of that. So I'm in the pool, am I looking at a 20-foot wall, or am I looking at the majestic mountains? We watched tonight's meeting start with a workshop to change the zoning regulations along the Fishkill Creek. If we follow recent precedent, this will be rushed into local law, and before we know it, the owner of Arno will be coming back to the city boards to request a change to buildings 50 and 100 into a hotel. The developer self-generated these site issues that are requiring this amended site plan approval. Construction on building 200 and 300 began long before the construction of building 100, and now we've learned a section of that new building is being labeled building 50. Anyone else would have been issued a stop work order for violating the terms of the original agreement. The added amenities given as perks to meet the plan requirements are not ample to benefit the residents of Beacon. Not everyone walks along the creek, and not everyone walks a dog. Online, the current built apartments are listed at $3,000 to $5,400. One can only assume that the new low-end rentals will still be out of reach for the local residents to stay in their community. The developer's letter states an updated engineer's report related to the site's sewer and water will be shared with the planning board, but until that, driving here past the site tonight to City Hall, all one could smell was sewage from the heavy rains. Overdevelopment is bursting at the seams.
Anyone else? Okay, I think it makes sense for us, love to know your thoughts, to keep the public hearing open.
Yeah.
Okay. Applicant, what else, anything else for the evening? It's up to you. You heard some questions, and yeah,
I'm
if you'd like
happy
to
to.
respond. It might
So-
be helpful.
Yeah, just to try to clear up a few things. So first of all, in terms of the past, we're trying to turn a new leaf. We recognize that there was issues in the past. One thing that was mentioned specifically in terms of hours of construction. So I would just say, and I'll tie this into the same thing in terms of contacting the building department or ourselves. My office is 845-393-1380. If anyone reaches out and asks for me, give a phone number or give an email, I will personally reach out. That's a guarantee I will try to keep to. But in terms of the hours of construction, we keep to the code. There has been an instance where we had a subcontractor that we weren't aware of that was not keeping to the code. As soon as we found out, we alleviated that situation. And I would say the same thing here. I think Brian knows how to reach us as well. But reach out to us, reach out to the building department, and we try to be good neighbors. I've tried to reach out personally to all the neighbors that surround the area. And again, my number is 845-393-1380. I will speak to anyone that wants to speak to us. In terms of the lighting in Tyranda, it's not something that's in our purview. If there's anything we could do to help, we would be happy to. But obviously that is owned by the city. And in terms of the length of time for construction, because a lot of site work has been done, we hope it's going to be shorter than other sites that would be starting from scratch. So if we're able to obtain approvals in a timely fashion, then I think that we would be able to get this done 12 to 18 months, I would hope. And I think it would be prudent to this point to prepare everything properly and start more or less when the winter breaks in 27. So that's that. And also in terms of the BMR units, the 27 BMR units that we are adding over here are going to be based on the new code, which is 70% AMI, and that is obviously controlled by the code with the city of Beacon. So, if there's anything else I could add, let me know.
Okay, we'll see you next month. Oh, we have public comment. Okay, yes, please. Thank you.
My name is Bess Felch, and I live at 335 Tyranda Avenue. First of all, if there was something distributed, I didn't receive it. I don't know why. And also, can I have your phone number again, please? You said it very quickly.
845-393-1380.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'm not sure if it's outside of the zone, but we did send it to the list that was given to us, the publication. And I also did want to ask if it's appropriate to ask for a draft resolution to be prepared.
Thoughts, board?
Nope.
A little early.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
We will work on all those items we discussed.
And just to clarify, the public notice, in response to the resident that just came up, so the Beacon Code does require notice of public hearings be distributed by the applicants to all owners of property within a certain radius of the subject property. So it may be that you are outside of the radius of that's required by code, in which case you wouldn't receive a mailing. But there are signs posted at the property as well.
Right. Okay.
I'll get your address if it's okay. I'll check.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you next month. Okay, we're going to move to the next agenda item, which is review of application for amended site plan approval, 53 Eliza Street Residential, submitted by Eliza Street LLC. Welcome back, Natalie. Good evening.
Hi, everyone. My name's Chris Berg. I'm from 5th Street Architecture. An architect in Newburgh. I'm representing the owners as an owner's rep, not as an architect. I was not involved in the original planning application or the permitting drawing set that was originally submitted in 2019. The reason why we're here tonight, we submitted a letter, is to lift a stop work order that was placed on the property. And in order to do that, during that process, they discovered that the original site plan application was not endorsed. Not sure what transpired during that process. It was a different owner. It was a different building department. Whether the drawings were lost or not submitted, we're not really sure what happened in 2019, despite the fact that many extensions were made both to the during the permitting application under previous city administrations. 53 Eliza Street is a 9-unit conversion and with 2 new buildings that was approved and permitted. Sorry, lost my train of thought here. So in order to expedite that process, we are just asking what we submitted before was to the board was the original site plan application. We're just asking for that to be re-endorsed, and so that we can then pull a permit and begin work again and address some of the issues and finish the project.
Okay, so I got a couple questions. Your ask is clear. The reasons for the ask are clear. For however, the situation came to pass, that's history. So what you're asking for, just to restate it so I'm absolutely clear, is for the board to approve, basically, or I guess approve again, or endorse?
No, so, okay, so maybe, let me go back a second. Yeah, so this application was approved in 2019.
Yep, I remember it well.
Yes. Building permits were issued thereafter. However, there was a step that was skipped in the interim.
I get all that.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure that it's clear for everybody.
Yeah.
There was a step that was skipped. You never signed the site plan. So the site plan from 2019 was never submitted formally for signature.
Yep.
So I think what the applicant is asking for is for this board to authorize you to go ahead and sign that 2019 site plan to level set everything so that the applicant can continue with their permit extensions.
That's all clear.
Sort of the next thing that we haven't talked about, though,
That's
is
what I'm kind of leading up to.
Yeah, is that it's my understanding that there have been some deviations in the field from that approved site plan. I think the fact that it's labeled as an amended site plan on the agenda and that an amended site plan application was submitted was because we understood that what you were going to be submitting was an amended site plan application for the planning board to review and potentially approve those deviations. But we can handle it in a two-step process alternatively. Get that original site plan signed, and then when you're ready, come back to us. From what I understand from discussions with city staff and consultants is you're going to revert back to some of the original conditions and perhaps request approval for some of the deviations. That will be a second application that you'll have to file to request that amended approval.
Jennifer, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Was the site plan not presented?
I don't know. It was like 2020-ish. So I suspect, reading between the lines, there may have just been some confusion and misorganization as a result of the trying
I'll put it this
times
way.
that everybody was having then.
I sign whatever's put in front of me.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, this is basically, what we're talking about right now is essentially a ministerial task.
Yes.
Well, I don't think so.
For the moment.
For the moment.
And
For
so
the
I just want to
moment,
understand
yes.
clearly this two-step process, right?
Yeah.
So again, it's kind of what I was slowly leading up to, but
Yeah.
you hit it more succinctly than I did, so thank you. But, right, the administrative aspect of this is the request, and this is very unique,
Yeah.
for the board to authorize me, because I don't need no, no, I'm joking, to actually sign the site plan as it was submitted back in 2019.
Right. Subject to confirming that all the conditions in the resolution from that time have been
Right.
met, which will be done by staff and
Right.
consultants.
So here's my question, though. Knowing that there have been deviations,
Yeah.
and those deviations exist, they're now in non-compliance with the site plan that I would have just signed, right?
So they cannot receive a CO
Got it?
until they come back to you and get those deviations approved.
Right.
But I don't think there's really an actual practical choice here, but the sign, they were approved.
What- I have a quick question that's maybe a functional question. What site plan were you operating from that you deviated from? And when did you receive that?
The one that wasn't approved.
The one that wasn't approved. So that's what I'm trying to understand. If the site plan wasn't signed, you went, somebody built something, but they had to have a plan to build from.
There was a permitted set.
Okay, so,
But again, so it all goes back to the site plan, and the site plan would be tied to the resolution.
Yeah.
Right?
and so
it's-
we'll be clear with
it's
what
the-
was to be built based on that site plan.
2019.
In 2019, so
Yes.
someone knew what was to be done.
Right.
And they didn't do it.
So we can address that later on, but the bottom line is, the resolution was approved, the site plan should have been signed.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah, but it wasn't. So
Right,
again,
but
it's an
my
administ-
point is even a little slightly further than that.
We'll get
'cause
to
it
that.
was-
We'll get to
okay,
that. We'll get to the whole sort of trend here of people basically ignoring their agreement with the city. So we'll get to that when you come back and
Exactly.
talk to us about, because there may be an opportunity, what I hear from Jennifer, for them to avoid that tongue lashing, because there is potentially some thinking that you'll revert back to what was approved, right? You're going to potentially change what you have
Exactly.
built to comport with the approved 2019 plan. So,
We didn't, sorry.
go ahead.
We didn't want to come here and argue about things that we want to fix. We want to be able to get a permit back so
Yep.
we can fix them. Deviations happen, contradictions in the drawings and misinterpretations, things like that. We can go back and fix a bunch of those things, and that's what we'd like to do, but we
Yeah.
can't
So-
do that without a permit.
So again, the next step of this, we'll talk about, what, again, ultimately, we'll want to talk about what's been deviated, what you're reverting back to, and what you'd like us to approve now that you'd like to keep as deviated, right? But that's next month, or whenever you come back to us.
Well,
Right now, it's just, what?
I was going to say, will resuming work kind of definitize any of the deviations to the point where, maybe there's
No,
something
no.
now that could be,
It goes back
Okay.
to the, it goes back to the C of O.
can we exhort them to come back as quickly as possible? Because, I mean, if the horse isn't entirely out of the barn on some of these
Well-
changes, they're offering to.
they got their own incentive to get a CO, so, I mean.
Well,
That-
all I'm
that's
saying is
our
that
le-
we
that's
know
our
that
leverage, and
some-
you know that, right? You know that
Believe
if
me,
you.
we don't want to be waiting for a CO and have to be coming
Right.
back with the minutes.
Right. I don't necessarily want to impose time limits.
Yeah, but you don't even know,
I
you
want,
don't
I
know
want
right
them to
now
have the
what
time to do it
deviations are.
right. Right, we don't know what the deviations are, so I want them to have the time to do it right, to come back to us with a clear application for what those deviations are. So if it's a month, if it's 2 months, you need to take that time, because I don't want to spend the time working it out here,
Yeah, exactly.
okay?
But you're not proposing to remedy all of them?
There are
Just
certain
some
things
of
that
them.
are site-related that we would like to get changed, for sure. Most of them are not. And so most of them are very low-hanging fruit. I think we can fix very easily.
Okay. Well, again, we'll take that up.
Yeah.
When
We
we
didn't
see,
wanna- we
there's
didn't
no,
want to come here and argue for the next 2 or 3 months about
Right.
changes when we could fix them.
there's no point in theorizing, and again, your charge is to make sure that you come back here when you're ready with a very clear ask. That we don't have to parse, we don't have to guess, we don't have to, maybe 1 or 2 things we need to go back and forth on, but we're not doing the work for you here in the meeting.
Appreciate
that. That makes sense?
Yep.
And so for now, our thoughts should be around this particular ask and this administrative piece, so that you can get back moving. And so.
Don't we need to hear from Natalie? Isn't that like the one piece of this?
Well, I mean, I will just say, I went just to try and fill in some of the gap of what happened in 2019 and 2020, right? So there was a condition on the previous approval saying, you must address the conditions in the planner's July 5th, 2019 letter, which was by John Clark. So I took that letter, there was 2 conditions in there, I compared it against the plan set that was submitted and posted. Those were both addressed in the submitted plan set. And then there was another condition that wasn't directly in one of John Clark's letter, but it was related to material that was also reflected on the plan set that was submitted. And that was reflected on the plan set that was submitted as part of this. So in terms of what I would normally do behind the scenes as part of an ministerial act of looking at the letters and making sure they're reflected on the plans that were posted address the previous comment letters from the planner.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So
Thank
from
you.
where we're at,
The
right
ones that were
here.
posted
that's-
but not signed.
Yeah.
The
Right.
ones that were
Yes.
posted
Okay,
but
so
not
on-
But not signed, but that the building department likely took and accepted building permits associated with, right? That happened sometime in August. There was a closeout letter from John Clark in August of 2019 saying all conditions have been met.
Right, and that's what triggers the plans to come to me to get
To
signed.
get signed, so that step it was August
got missed.
2019.
What was I doing? It was
Where were
it was my
we? What was
birthday.
happening? I don't know.
Okay, so like with the caveat that I voted against this use variance at the zoning board, and I thought and still think that it should not have been granted. With that caveat, I'm going to make a motion to direct the chairman to sign the site plans, because that decision has already been made, and the only condition that needed to be satisfied, we've now heard has been satisfied, so.
But that wasn't the only condition. There was also John Russo's letter and submission of a performance guarantee. But
Yeah, but again, those conditions have been met.
No, I don't think they.
I think Brian was going to check on the performance guarantee, but if he
okay.
hasn't had a chance to check on that, we will make sure.
I believe that they were, but we will check.
Yeah.
And we won't issue a permit
So
or
the-
sign anything until it's done.
Okay.
Yeah, so the motion
But I
should,
believe that it's all been satisfied.
yeah.
But this is one of the issues. This is where, and I obviously wasn't here, the planning board approves a site plan rendering the elevation, and then the submitted buildables are different.
That's my,
Yeah.
You know,
that's my
and
problem.
And there's significant differences.
So I think, so I had this, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but since you're saying this, I had this question sort of brewing in my mind that I wanted to ask. And it's more a question to you and, somewhat of an administrative thing as well, but for this particular application, if there are, or any other where there are deviations, my sense is that you should end up getting a set of updated buildables.
Yes.
Based on anything that's been approved and agreed to as deviating from the original.
Original on the site.
Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Okay.
correct, yes.
Is that already established?
That is not established.
Okay, so we're going to establish it here and now, and we're going to do that for everything going forward. How do we do that? Make it law.
Make it so number one.
Here's my gavel.
That needs a gavel.
Make it.
Right? Bam!
Going forward, we will review the buildables to the site plan before permit is issued.
I think that's absolutely, that's a great check.
I mean, what you can do is we can add a standard condition to your, I mean, it's crazy that this would even be necessary, but that.
Well, it is. And I know what you're going to say.
But
I
a
think that's a
condition
great
that
idea.
the construction drawings submitted for the building permit shall conform to the approved site plan.
It has to be.
Boom.
Right? I mean, that's kind of an obvious thing, but maybe it's not.
It isn't if you can wiggle.
And there's been a lot of wiggling
And
lately.
there's a lot of wiggling. And my fundamental issue with even at the basic level of even creating the first step is that there was deviation from what we agreed to, independent, that you didn't sign, that no one went back and clearly discussed with the building department why this is happening at the site.
Right.
And the bullet, and we always get this situation coming back to us to, it was a small oversight. That's nonsense. Everybody, that's why I asked the question, did you have what we agreed to? Yes. Did you deviate from that? Yes. Why? The fact that he didn't sign it in 2019 is irrelevant. You still went and built something that wasn't what we agreed to. That's a fundamental problem for me. Because I've been on this board too long, wasting a lot of my life to sit here and say, oh, it's just a little problem. It's not. It's an insult. It's different if there's a site issue that needs to be dealt with. And I know it may not be your problem because you just walked into it, not as an architect, but it's a problem at this board level that is not acceptable. And it will not be acceptable.
Did you see the last two planning board meetings? Thank you. You took the words right out of my mouth. All right, so there's a motion on the table, right?
And can I suggest a friendly amendment?
Yes, please.
Okay.
We accept all friendly amendments.
I think the motion should be to author, and I don't technically think this motion is even necessary, but just to make sure it's clear for the record, a motion to authorize the chair to sign the approved site plan, subject to confirming that all the relevant conditions in the resolution have been satisfied.
Fair. With that.
Motion.
Motion by David.
Second.
Second by Karen. Do I get a vote? Can I vote?
Can you vote?
'Cause it's-
Yes, yes.
It's authorizing me. Okay, I authorize myself. Aye.
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 Okay, unanimous. Okay, great. So we'll see you when we see you.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that was a unique one.
Chair,
Another
before we
unique
go into the next item, because I'm recused on that, did we want to, I'll stay if we want to, after the next application, have a conversation, continuation on the FCD, I'll stay, but if not, I won't stay. Do we want to wrap up our thoughts and stuff together?
So they're looking for a recommendation, right?
Yeah, they have the public hearing scheduled, right, was it for the 17th? On the Fishkill Creek?
Monday, the 17th.
But yeah, so I think if we can get your
So-
comments on the Fishkill Creek Development District back to the council, I think they
I
would
mean, I took
appreciate
notes
that.
on everything, and I will draft a memo and send it to you, but I didn't know if there was more discussion we wanted to have, then I'll stay.
Well, we'll hear from the board, but at least from my position, I think we've covered a lot of it and pretty
Draft
much-
it, send it to you
yeah,
guys for
let's-
review,
Let's
and
do
then
it
we
that
can.
way.
Okay.
And I'll, just because we need to formally vote to authorize those comments to go
Yeah.
back to the city council in our regular meeting, so I can recap the ones that I have. I think you probably have a couple more that I didn't catch. So we can say, as
Do you want to do
as
that
per.
verbally here so that we can, do you want to do that after next item?
Why don't
or
I
how
go
do you
just
want to
sit
do it?
outside and I'll send you an email real quick if you have access.
You want it?
to
Yeah,
I'll
okay.
send it to
Oh,
you.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll see you
Perfect.
back then?
No,
Is that what we're
we will
doing?
not. You'll
Jeez,
see you
this
next
is
month.
good.
You're releasing
While you're
Natalie.
discussing the next item, I'm going to send my notes to Jennifer so that
Oh, and
she
then she's gonna read
And then
that.
I can go through the full list
Thank
with
you.
my comments and her comments, yeah.
Okay, get home safe. Thank you.
Travel safe.
All right, next item on the agenda. Continued review of application for amended site plan approval, 364 Main Street, mixed-use commercial and residential, submitted by 364 Main, VCN LLC. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Neil Alexander. I'm a partner at the law firm of Cuddy and Fader, here on behalf of the applicant. We have a little bit of summer vacation going around, so I'm pinch hitting for Mr. Palmer. And obviously, Jason's not here tonight, and Andrew Woodrum from ADG Architects is here, as well as the applicants are here this evening. You're more facile probably with all the ins and outs than I am. I obviously did a great job to get up to speed, but obviously have not been as nuanced with this matter since April. I think it is fair to say when I did see that a corner was hopefully turned at the last meeting, I think a lot of effort was spent during the ARB meeting. I saw from the notes that it was about an hour and a half long, going back and forth. We're here, to be engaged and obviously with cautionary understanding of what was said about the last applicant and the similarities here. We hear you, and we want to continue, working through the process. Andy can go through the chart line by line and get, deep in the weeds with you, or we can talk about process first. I don't know what your preference at this juncture.
Yeah, so I want to also thank our ARB members for taking the time, because it is a real commitment of time, again, on this particular application to sit with you all. So my thought is that the first thing I want to do is hear from the two ARB members who are here with us, just in terms of a summary of that review and any items that have been sort of, at least to the ARB members' thinking, brought to the point of some form of resolution that we then as a broader board can continue to discuss and potentially come to an agreement on. So with that, I don't know if Len, you want to kind of be representative of the ARB and sort of just talk us through the scope of the discussion and some of the things that or all of the things that you all agreed on.
Sure. And one question for Jennifer. So we took a set of minutes, ourselves during the meeting, and then I also have the condensed, the typical form that we use kind of drafted up. Mm-hmm. But one question is, can we share the full notes with the applicant? The ARB members have reviewed them and commented on them. So Mercedes, can you email the notes, the 4-page note set to the applicant? And this way you can, if you think we misstated something to you, you can give us, comments on that. But it should give everybody a complete record of the discussion as we heard it. But so I guess to describe the ARB outcome, and Karen can jump in if I miss anything. I think the first thing, kind of the broad thing, was that what we saw at the ARB, we started out with a presentation from Jason, and the presentation showed us the set of plans that have been submitted to the city and are on the website now that represent an effort to steer things back towards the original approved design. And I guess, Andy may present that, so I won't reiterate that. I can just focus on comments that we made about elements of it, and then maybe, or do you want me to sort of like?
I think to some degree it would be good to be able to tie those elements back to visuals if you have them, just so that we can all be clear of what.
So if you want to put up like the south-facing facade.
Yep.
I can start out, like I said, summarizing briefly, try to be very concise about what we heard, and then show just go through some of the comments.
Yeah.
But so the applicant spoke with Glengarry Brick and talked about using a thin, non-structural brick to build out the facade and sort of go back to creating the effect of the recessed panels for the 3 bays that was reflected in the approved drawings. So that, and maybe these may be updated drawings from what we saw, because I think these are showing now the rectangular window heads.
Correct.
Yeah. What we were shown at the ARB was probably an AZEK product that was going to mimic the arched window heads. And the ARB kind of recommended going to a rectangular window head.
Do you have the set that you presented at ARB?
I do,
Andy?
yes.
If that would be helpful to
Is
reference.
what you're showing now an update based on ARB input?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're
So-
seeing rectangular.
These are the latest, these went out today.
Okay,
So
all right.
Maybe it's,
likely no one's seen them, we can walk through them, or we can.
Well, here's the thing. Typically, we don't do that.
Understood.
But in this instance, I think it's more important to discuss the resolution that you're proposing. So, again, don't do that, but since you did,
so I don't know what,
I think I'd rather talk
Sure.
about the notes in context of how you intend to achieve it, right?
so what, and what was presented to us was that the applicant is going to remove the existing cornice, move it out in order to
Well,
accommodate.
let's go
Yeah.
line by, okay, so,
All right,
okay, so you're actually talking
just-
about the
yeah.
recesses. Okay, go ahead.
Right, and so when they showed us at the ARB, they were going back to a product that would simulate the arched window heads, and we advised against that because one of the things about the building as built is that in the center bay of the south facade, the banks of windows are not centered
Yep.
within that bay. And also, with the spacing of cornice brackets, if you go to an arched window head, like was in the original proposed drawings, your eye picks up the fact that the center of the arches don't line up with the cornice brackets. Jason said that they tried different layouts to see if that could be remedied. The architects for the applicant didn't really feel like it was a particular fix that really solved it. So we said, hey, why don't we just go to a rectangular window head? We talked about a terracotta product. If it is an AZEK product, we asked that, well, whatever it is, we asked that it be brought in and showed to the board, especially because there was concern about whatever type of paint or coatings might be needed to have a real robust product. So that's one element of the window heads.
So you touched on a couple of things. You talked about cornice, you talked about shadow boxing, and you're talking about window.
I haven't talked about, well, okay, yeah, right. So
you mentioned Glengarry brick.
yes, the applicant said they talked to Glengarry Brick about a non-structural thin brick product that could be applied to the facade to create that shadow boxing of the three bays.
Okay, so let's just stick to that one for now.
Okay,
All right.
and so one comment we had on that was that it's going to have to be done carefully because of the different spacings of the banks of windows within each bay. If you, for whatever reason, if you were to try, the original approved drawings, the shadow box kind of, mimicked the full width of the columns between the storefronts.
Yep.
If you do that, if you tried to do that now, you'd swallow up the eastern side of the windows in the center bay. So there's got to be a little bit of finessing of the size of the I call them pilasters or.
Okay. So can you show us the shadow boxing effect intended?
For the latest?
For the
Yeah,
latest.
the latest.
Yes.
On the south facade, please.
Okay.
And since we haven't seen these before, can you zoom in, please?
Absolutely. So, major changes here, completely.
Stick to the shadow boxes, please.
Shadow boxes, okay, so in order for the shadow box to come up, continue over and go down, we needed to rebuild this cornice because the cornice as it is now is set back.
Understood.
So new cornice projects out, that gives us enough depth to come up and over. This brick will be applied with adhesive or stainless steel dowels. There's several ways to achieve this technically, so, yes. Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so.
So it also looks like you went to modillions in an effort to diminish that alignment with the brackets, which was a comment. We were like, hey, pair the brackets, maybe you try panels on the cornice instead of brackets if that helps, but that looks like it would be a good approach to go to modillions, and then you're not looking to line up individual brackets with the windows, and it diminishes de-emphasizes that.
Okay. So what I'm seeing, what I'm hearing, both, is that you're working a solution, you have a solution, the detail isn't necessarily worked out yet, but to reintroduce the shadow boxing effect, which I submit it was a very significant aspect
Agreed.
of the character of this facade. So I appreciate that. I also appreciate, so just sticking to the shadow boxing, we want to see a detail.
Of course.
We want to see a clear detail of how that's going to be achieved. This can't
Understood.
just be, you know, thin veneer bricks glommed on willy-nilly.
Right, and
just to have an effect that isn't going to, I want to know exactly how you're going to build this.
And you'll get a detail, of, you know,
Okay.
construction level detail.
Then let's talk about, so because it's an interrelated aspect, let's talk about the cornice itself, because
Okay.
that also reflects a significant change to what's currently built and, in my view, inadequate,
Mhm.
right? So let's talk about that.
Okay.
And let's talk about the you know, the extent of it and the detailing.
So, and is there a color change to the cornice? Because one of the comments was,
correct,
maybe don't use such a dark color because it obscures detail, you know, and sort of you lose it.
Right, so color change, it changed to its, you know, configuration altogether with the smaller dentils, helping us avoid some of the symmetry issues. And the lighter color allows the shadows to be seen. We had it such a dark charcoal color, they basically weren't visible at all. So the lighter color of the cornice, the revised configuration, and its depth allowing us to add this shadow course.
Can you
around.
zoom in on the cornice itself? Overall, if you end up building it this way, that's excellent.
Don't say
And-
if.
Well, can we want to be certain, but can we? So.
We will. We have, you know,
And I was going to-
preliminary, this is preliminary, but we will, you know, this will be, you know, configured out of either built-up pieces or exact dimensions. You'll have a deliverable, buildable
That's where I
detail.
was going, because
Yeah.
you're only going to build it that way if you detail it the right way.
correct.
And we want to see the details. And I'm also very curious to understand how that detail transitions to different areas of the building as it makes its way back.
Mhm.
Because it does drop off to some degree. you know.
Correct.
So there's a series of, and we don't have to get into them here, but there's a series of transitions.
Mhm.
Right there's one of them, and yep.
Here.
So we want to
Here.
see the detail of every one of those conditions, and how you're going to
Yeah.
achieve those transitions. Okay?
Understood.
So both of those elements, the shadow boxing and the cornice, are going in the right direction.
Okay.
Okay, you want to stick with the south facade and move down to the street level?
Okay.
And so there is a recommendation to go back to the planting boxes that are cedar planting boxes between the Main Street sidewalk and I'll call it the porch, you know, the floor level in front of the stores. And two banks of planting boxes with stairs in between. We had a recommendation to reduce the height of the planting boxes as much as possible from what we saw at the ARB to avoid creating a situation where the building and the entrances to the storefront seemed walled off from Main Street. There was also a comment from the ARB that if you could maybe have, you know, more than just two planting boxes. It looks now like there's some variation in the heights to create, you know, a
Correct.
little bit more variety instead of just two monolithic planters, which I think is also in keeping with the comments. There were some railings shown in the drawing that the ARB saw. I think there were railings behind the planting boxes, and we asked that those be eliminated if they weren't required for safety, if the boxes themselves could be the safety feature, you know, or any place where the railings could be built into the boxes, if that meant, you know, creating a different structure with the cedar applied to it so it would be robust enough to hold the railings. We also had a comment that the railing heights be consistent, that they meet code, but they be as low as possible because there were some various heights. There was a guardrail at 42 inches, and I think, Brian, you said that, you know, 36 or?
Correct.
Yeah, so we wanted to get things brought down to a height that was compliant, but not have them be any higher than that. There were some other detailed comments about on the southeastern corner, there was a planter shown that was narrower than all the rest, and we asked if that might be just made a retaining wall to avoid kind of some just inconsistent sizes of the planting beds, but
So generally, the direction this is going is well. I appreciate the opportunity for the ability to represent planting in the form of, you know, trees street trees.
Mm-hmm.
I think, this is just my opinion, I think we may want to discuss what the materiality of those planter boxes is. The way they're represented here, to me, they kind of take on the effect of like railroad tie kind of thing. So it's not necessarily in keeping with the aesthetic of anything else on Main Street, and it's not necessarily, I think, cohesive with the composition of the building itself. So we'll kind of put a pin in that and maybe discuss it in a little bit more detail. But I think just as far as your approach to this, the direction is, again, a positive one.
Great.
And I think
Just for further clarification, this level here is 6 inches above the retail finished grade, and then the planter boxes are 18 inches above finished grade. So that allows us a bench height here at the street, at the sidewalk.
So, yeah, I was going to ask, am I seeing that correctly? You're proposing a bench kind of straddling those two planter boxes?
Correct.
And that's a nice amenity.
We also added one additional one just to improve the symmetry, so we have one at each pilaster here, so.
Yep, and this is more a Karen question, but what species are you proposing for those?
This is paper birch, per the original landscape plan, and,
Okay.
yep.
So it's reflected in this drawing, but we asked that the address plaque be moved off of the center bay and placed somewhere else that was a little bit, so it wasn't kind of competing for attention with the facade elements.
Yep.
We had a comment that where possible, where railings were needed, to maybe look at a different cross-section than a tube, because it just seemed very institutional. So we were asking to try to pick something a little bit like a square tube, or maybe just something a little bit more.
And we agree with that. We did attempt here for a different design. We would still be open to improving this.
Yeah, I think, I agree that it needs to, again, have a level of, design beyond just tube. So I think it sounds like you're agreeing, so we'd love to see more thoughts in that direction. And, if you have passion for a specific direction, what you're thinking is in terms of detailing that.
I think the last note that I had on the south facade was that on the southwest corner, we had a comment just to make sure that the width of the planted area wasn't going to create a bottleneck on the west-facing storefront entrance when that door was opened. Yeah. We were looking at whether the...
In here?
Yes, exactly, thanks. And...
Sorry, just a quick question.
Yep.
Do you have the sort of the planters layout, sort of represented?
So we do have a landscape designer retained. They do have this latest, and they are revising drawings for this layout.
Okay, so we'll see some evolution on that.
Right.
Great.
But this is all now no handrails here. These, what's on the site now are temporary, and so these are all basically at the same level.
I just have a quick question on that corner.
Sure.
Along the ramp on that corner, the planter box is is high and narrow. Is that needed for the railing?
Good question. If we put the railing on the planter box, it would need to attach to something, so that height is required, but there are many other ways we could solve that and keep that lower.
And what's the grade difference between the patio at that commercial entrance facing west and the planting area right at that on the patio side? That's flush with the patio, correct? And then how much basically retaining wall do you need along the ramp?
Trying to do the math in my head, but it's a 2 feet grade change, and then if we're 6 inches above to the top of this, I'd have to get back to you. But it's basically what you see here.
Yeah, my intention is just my question. I guess the direction that I'm going in is just to make it as low as possible.
Understood.
Yeah, the deal here is that this condition is, if I've walked up and down Main Street and memorized it over the last 20-some-odd years correctly. This is a very unique condition.
Agreed.
It doesn't exist anywhere else on Main Street.
I also walked up and down the streets taking photos of any similar conditions for ideas to look at planter boxes and railings and even cornices, et cetera, but didn't see any planter box.
Yeah, I don't
to
think
be
anything
spoken
else
of,
like
really,
this exists.
except for large concrete, huge ones.
Yeah, and so to that end, and to that point, we got to get this right. So
Agreed.
again, you're heading in the right direction,
Yep.
but there's some finesse that we got to.
I believe the landscape plan had this material as white cedar. At one point, we had this as a, washed out, more of a aged gray, as it would look. So still some work to be done to get that right.
Yeah, I'm going to leave it up to you to come back to us with some ideas.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't even want to throw anything out because, yeah, I need to think about it. But yeah, I think study other, not just Main Street Beacon, because there aren't actually any other examples, but study other examples of this type of condition in a Main Street context, in a sort of a historic, area. Because I'm sure there are some. And I'm sure
Has to
there
be.
are some that
Yeah.
are done really,
I
really
agree.
well. So, okay. All right.
And so
let's
just
keep
to,
going.
so I think we're almost done with the south facade, but I will just clarify that the ADA access to the storefronts is going to be from the western ramp, and the eastern ramp is just going to the the resident entrance.
Correct.
We talked a little bit about whether, the interior layout of the building could be changed such that you could also get into the storefronts from the eastern ramp, but I think there was some discussion about the spirit of the ADA is that you're supposed to bring people to the same entrance, and it didn't seem feasible. We didn't get any kind of resolution. I think we Brian, you had a little input on it, but we sort of just moved off of it without deciding to change anything from what we had.
I don't know necessarily if that ramp is required. I would have to look into it more, but.
Which one?
I don't think that if that patio, say, came all the way across, that ramp would be required, because the building is accessible on the east side. And you could change the layout of the first floor to maybe whatever you want.
And you're saying to eliminate the western ramp?
Yeah.
But it's there now, right? I mean,
Yeah,
it's.
I think it's a great idea, but I do think that the code would allow you to remove that.
So I didn't want to give you short shrift, but we didn't have any recommendation to change, to move off of it.
Well, look,
What do we think about that? I mean,
Per my research, that is explicitly not allowed.
okay.
To
Well, then-
provide a secondary,
Right.
inferior or
Not
from the
bringing
back
them to the same
entrance
front of the
to this-
storefronts that everybody else
you
gets to
can't
come
do
to.
it.
Yeah.
You can't do
Yeah,
it.
that's the spirit of
But
that.
if you put a common hallway on the side entrance, why would that be inferior?
Well, the only reason to pursue.
From the rear, you gotta come from the rear that way.
If you ask
the only
someone in a
reason to pursue
wheelchair,
this is if we as a board think it's otherwise not needed for other reasons.
Yeah.
But I personally
I think we should
don't
keep
see
it.
a reason why not to keep it, as long as it's executed well.
that's kind of what I'm thinking too.
Yeah, and I think if we want to give a person with a challenge the same experience of being able to come directly to the front.
Gotcha, okay. I
well,
understand.
just to clarify, what we're proposing here looks similar to what is on site right now, but it is not. What's on site now is technically too steep.
Yep,
We
okay, we
are
understand that.
approximately 1 to 10 instead of 1 to 12. So this, to get that additional run, needs to turn. That's why it's moved to the left, to the property line, so that it can go up 5 foot flat level,
Yep.
and then continue ramping up, so
Okay.
that we get the correct slope.
Understood.
There was one other issue on the south, in general, was the window headers.
Yeah, well, we talked about going to the rectangular ones, right?
Okay.
Is that- yeah.
All right.
Are
let's talk
those
about-
monolithic or are they brick? Because in the
So-
rendering, it's hard to tell.
It is, and what we're proposing here is thin brick. So in the ARB meeting, we agreed that the arched
gets really crowded.
Was
looking too.
really fighting our aesthetic
Yeah.
here. It was not helping. It was just doing all the wrong things. It's the wrong material. It's the wrong color. It's the wrong
Yeah, I
everything.
mean, notably, the renderings didn't have arched.
Right, but.
It was just
but-
on the
Yeah.
elevations.
But the old ARB notes indicated that the direction that they were supposed to go into was arched.
Well, look, we have the opportunity to get it right now. The Leonid Brezhnev eyebrows are not good at all.
Yeah, so when it went to a straight, we suggested straight would be, more desirable. That gives us more options from a technical standpoint as well for how to handle it.
I think what you're showing here, relative to the proportions, this looks correct.
Okay, so do you want to go to the eastern elevation?
Yep. Yeah, thanks.
Eastern facade? Yeah, so at the ARB, we saw a proposal to put Juliet balconies back on the facade. However, it would have been on a double hung window, which seemed like a super bad idea. We talked about
Super bad, yep.
Yeah, we talked about buildings that we know of that have corner coins hanging in space or overlapping balcony openings, and it seemed like that would be, kind of a similar faux pas.
Yep.
So,
Just as a quick anecdote, I was in Ohio, we were driving in some neighborhood, and there was this, residential development where it was just blank facade, no windows, no doors or anything, but they put balconies on the building.
blank brick.
So anyway, just.
Yeah, so there was a suggestion made, what about considering like planter boxes or something else and having them consistent on the, to create some visual breaks on the facade, but not to put the Juliet balconies that could have no purpose anymore. So this is one.
All right,
Seeing one
I'm kind
option.
of a couple minds. So are those areas, those locations you're showing, are those residential units?
Yes.
So then you're relying on the green thumb of the occupant to maintain that.
That is a thing.
There's several ways to handle this.
You could put faux in.
Oh.
Faux has come a long way.
This from you?
Super fun.
Is it going to look weird in the winter?
I don't know. It's going to look very weird in the winter.
Some advantages of that obviously are maintenance. It's also even the best irrigation drainage system would be dead 4 to 6 months of the year. So
Let's not even consider this.
yeah.
What else can we, what other options could we do to create something that would break it up a little bit, give it a little more rhythm back to the windows, other than the,
So let me ask you, are those window sizes reflected accurately?
They are.
I don't know.
Brise Soleil?
Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Can you maybe give some other thought to how
Sure.
you might articulate, and to Len's point, right? There's the need for some ability to kind of break the monotony.
Agreed. And do you think the plants or the difficulty in, maintaining
I don't think
plants
plants are a good idea.
Not a good idea. Okay.
we do have plantings on, the building with the Wild, on the corner of Main and Schenck.
Yeah, but
It's pleasing looking.
Totally different. It's
It's
in an area where the owner, knows they need to maintain it and can access it to maintain it. This is different. Yeah, let's think of other ways.
Yeah, I also think that now that we're looking at this elevation in its entirety and not just focusing on the Juliet balconies, I don't think that we should just look at doing something at the locations that the Juliet balconies used to be at.
Well,
It needs to
it's
be-
extending further down because I think in this rendering, that comment was made during the ARB
Yeah.
about, don't just, if you're going to do plant boxes or something,
Yeah.
apply it to the entire facade, which it is stretching to the north, I think, beyond where the Juliet balconies were, right?
Right,
I'm not sure.
but just in general, we just
Yeah.
need to look at the facade in its
Yep.
entirety.
That's a good
Holistically.
point. I think this is a really good point. I think the charge should be, right, because the facade has some articulation, and it starts to kind of have different languages based on the cornice, et cetera, and the window sizes, but it is a large expanse of window, so if you can think of some other ideas, we're happy to entertain them.
Okay.
For how to, sort of
It's the most-
modulate the monotony, if you will.
It's the most prominent facade.
It is, it is.
Agreed.
And you have an advantage, and it's one that I notice, thankfully, from, up the street. There's a lot of nice mature tree cover helping you on that large facade. So, I don't know if there's a way to kind of represent that here, but what it does is it sort of already softens the impact of that
You're right.
large facade before it starts to slip behind the
It's significant. We
Salvation
obviously
Army
can't
building.
show it. You wouldn't see the building, but it's a good point that
Yeah.
this is shaded.
But again, as you come upon the building, that tree covered sort of recedes, and then the experience of this vast expanse while you're more proximate, like right in front of Salvation Army, it's pretty intense. So let's look at some other ideas next month. Okay,
And
thank you.
so keep going. What were proposed to be recessed panels, there's now like a shadow box effect created with another, like a brick applique at the top of the tower where the 3 windows would have been.
Okay, so those become in relief rather
Yeah,
than,
so we had a couple of different comments about those at the ARB. One was that in the tower elevation drawing, the 4 windows are not centered, and there was a concern that putting those 3 shadow boxes might kind of accentuate the fact that the windows are sort of moved to the north side of the tower.
what, let me ask you.
So we
wait,
talked about
what did you
maybe-
just say? So that vertical element there, where you have your cursor,
Yeah.
the windows aren't, why? What are you guys doing?
Yeah,
Sorry,
show the elevation for
rhetorical,
a second.
I'll
So,
stop.
yeah, look at this
I believe
elevation.
there's
So-
a steel issue in this corner
So
here.
you see what happens with those 3.
Look, I asked that rhetorically.
So we,
That's my
There's-
understanding.
I understand there's a reason, but when you start a building from scratch and you have an opportunity to get it right, and this happens, it's like, what the hell? But I'll stop because I don't want to keep
it's the
going.
same thing with the windows in the middle bay of the south facade. It's like 3.5 bricks on one side and 2.5 on the other. But so we gave one idea, which was instead of doing those 3 shadow boxes, maybe do 2 horizontal belt features on the top of the tower, so that it again wasn't like creating this very, kind of drawing attention to the fact. We also we also made some comments saying, well, if you're going to do shadow boxes, do you put tile or something inside them so that they have
Can you
some?
go back to that elevation, please?
Yes.
Or do you do trellises on the big
I was
ones?
thinking some sort of, kind of element, like what you described, like a mosaic or some kind of like
We
decorative.
did explore a horizontal band, understanding that, the symmetry here is quite tough. We did look at mosaics. In the end, we did change the proportions, which was
Made 'em a little
advised by the
taller,
ARB.
right?
They are taller, they did move up.
Can you
so,
zoom in, please?
Sorry?
Zoom in. Yeah, you can go back out a little bit more. I want to kind of gauge the composition here.
Yeah, I always go high and right though. I'm like, can you?
Needs to be bigger.
How about?
Yeah.
And we did also try wrapping them around, and it just looked odd.
You tried what?
Wrapping onto this.
No,
So some of these
not necessary.
returned. It looked strange, so.
Well, look, if you think about like what this building would have been and why that tower would have been there in a sort of its blank state, it would have been an opportunity to express a date or advertise, what the building is in brick relief, right? The owner, right? Or a clock. I don't want to say put a clock there, but you see what I'm saying?
We've been there.
Agreed,
We've
yeah.
been there.
We've had
You're
enough
right.
with the clocks.
That would have been an opportunity.
My point is that it's an opportunity for a feature element that's an aha moment. It's decorative. It has a little bit of impact, and it brings some visual relief.
I think just like a stencil, like, something artistic,
That's
simple,
another way.
simple
I
stencil.
mean, the shadow boxes themselves just seem kind of inconsequential.
They do.
I think
Yeah.
the shadow boxes
But maybe
also-
we should be trying to think of something totally different.
If anyone wants the inspiration for that, it is on the front of this building, by the way, so those
This
boxes
building?
are. this
Don't
building.
ever use this building as inspiration, ever.
Understood.
I think the planning board members should have a lotto pool, and if we ever win, we should build a Main Street building that kicks ass. With
The only thing this building needs is a stick of dynamite. Anyway, sorry. I hope I'm not offending any sensibilities. Don't put that in the paper.
So, so you see the larger panel details, shadow box details to the south of the tower feature. They're replacing, what would have been recessed panels from
You know
the.
what? Take those off completely, just leave it blank. Those, I think we can live without, as long as the solution for how to kind of help articulate the rhythm a little
We
bit
talked about
better.
maybe like a trellis instead of of empty shadow box, but it just, so let's go down to the resident entrance. And
Right, so
that's-
but wait, let's
yeah.
just summarize, right?
Okay.
So we're gonna go back up real quick. The shadow boxes in the lower elevation, those.
The ones on the
those
second and
two.
third floors.
Just, I think you can take those out.
Okay.
Was there anything else to the north of the, I can't remember, on the first floor? Was
No.
there anything else? Because there were some recessed panels, I think, in the original.
Just what you can
but-
see here.
Yeah, on the first floor. But yeah, all right, so.
And then the shadow boxes above, the three ipsy little things, you're gonna take those out. But you're
I think
gonna
we
come
can
back
fix that,
to
yeah.
us with some creative ideas on
Mhm.
how to, like,
Sure.
really creatively, thoughtfully address that composition.
Okay.
Can we, really quickly, since we're on the upper part of that facade, can we talk about those vents? Do you
The
have-
vents.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
thank you. We asked that something be done with the color to camouflage them.
I think,
whatever
it's
can be done.
unfortunate that those weren't represented as necessary and then represented as part of the composition in the earlier. So.
Understood, but you would never draw vents on a planning board drawing. You'd require MEP and you don't know where they are.
You might not. But
Okay, okay.
We would like to know these things.
Gotcha.
Because they showed up and they look awful. Period.
I agree.
So now that they're there, what is your proposal?
Just paint to match the brick color.
Paint them to match the brick color?
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
What do you guys think? I mean,
I'm okay with that.
Suggestion that we had.
It's the best of a bad situation, right? But how are you going to paint them? Because I don't want some guy up there with just a paintbrush going.
I mean,
It
same
needs to
thing,
be-
we can.
Is it going to be a powder coat? What's it going to be?
Well,
You don't have to answer now. I just want to understand.
agreed,
there's
and
gonna
if
be
it's
something that's
approved,
gonna
we would
weather
deliver
properly.
like
That's
a
why we asked
construction
samples.
level specification.
We would like to see a
Okay.
sample.
Thank you.
And a sample, yeah, sure.
Okay, all right, okay, thank you. We can move to, what's next?
There's the recessed panels on the first floor.
Yeah, did those become trellises?
Currently, we're showing this as a wall-mounted trellis with a planter box at grade, so these would be easier to actually be plants.
You good with that? What are we planning?
To be determined.
TBD, English ivy, it's,
Something climby.
Wisteria?
Bow.
Wisteria sounds nice.
No, wisteria is invasive, isn't it? No clematis, no wisteria.
That's sad.
Okay, well, so we'll talk about species. So I think we're generally in agreement that the planted element there, the climbing planted element is okay. Bamboo?
All right, so,
Maybe that actually is something, with the trellis type feature, maybe that's something we should be thinking about in terms of adding more articulation or breakup to that sidewall, since, we've had this whole conversation about the balconies and planter boxes. It doesn't really seem, in other words, going further with that.
Going further with the trellis?
Yeah.
that's what we thought about. That's what I think, what I thought our comment was, is do we, continue it up? Where those two other features that you recommend we just do away with are above it?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
I don't know. I get the heebie-jeebies about ivy climbing on brick buildings to begin with, because it just ruins the brick. It's elegant. It looks like, New England, but it's not good for the building. And so trying to replicate that, if that's what you're proposing, I don't know if that's,
You mean for these areas, or?
Yeah, but I mean,
Or
I don't
No,
potentially?
I think blank there is fine.
yeah.
I'm okay with it too. I'm
Right,
okay with
There's a
just
lot of
being the
space
ground
along the
floor.
side of that building. You could build something in that space that would be complementary.
Do you have an elevation of that?
The whole
that
eastern-
area? Yeah,
Yeah.
This one?
yeah, if you could zoom into that at the lower level.
So you can see those 3 trellises to the north and the one to the south of the resident entrance.
Yeah, if
Where
you're
they-
going to do a trellis, I would say do a wire
Yes.
and use something that twines as opposed to adheres.
Agreed.
Right, it won't really attach to the brick.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
kind of looks like a little bit like Home Depot special. And then I think about whatever you plant there is probably not going to be leafed in the winter. So you have a solid visual of that trellis.
And we would want the landscaper to chime in on that.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but yeah, I agree. I think about this, again, it's incongruent. The sort of style of what you're proposing in terms of the trellis is like your grandma's porch. It's not in keeping with the sort of the design of the
Well,
building.
this is really just a symbol.
It's a hatching,
Yeah,
right?
the-
Right?
Correct, that's just a hatch, it's just a symbol. So this is the intent, closer to the intent.
No, I like, yes, the intent in the summer, spring and summer is that it's green and it's grown out. But again, in the winter, you're going to see the trellis.
It is an issue.
So let's put some more thinking to that, but I think ultimately, is that the right direction? Are there any other?
It was just an idea, other than like these, sort of empty shadow box details, to put, what could we do to break up that expanse of blank brick that was going to have recessed panels, and maybe, green up the side of the building a little bit, or create some greenery around the residential entrance that would be pleasing for people as they come back home at the end of the day. Or, we had a couple of comments really broad about the residential entrance. One was that there was a comment that the pilasters seemed pretty wide and chunky.
Yeah, so hang on, before we go to that.
Okay.
So what do you think? Are you simply responding to some of the ideas of the ARB?
Yeah.
And saying, oh, trellis, yes, let's put that there? Or are you really thinking about this, like potential other solutions that can kind of, you understand
Yes.
the challenge, right? You understand the design brief.
I do.
Right? And you don't necessarily need to automatically just respond to, because there's some good ideas.
I don't even think they suggested trellis. I think that was.
Sorry?
I don't think they suggested trellis. I
okay.
think we put the plants there.
So I guess ultimately what I'm getting at is that that's one idea. What other ideas might you
Right.
have?
We have looked at, as was mentioned, some decorative mosaic tiles, either just sort of, angled slightly so they create like a shadow pattern or texture. Public art showcase was mentioned. So, there's some other things we did explore.
Again, think about this location, who's using it, the human experience, whether, these blank walls are, dreary and send a message just as far as the human experience. And if they are, which we believe they are, yes, this is one idea to help kind of soften things, to help bring, a little bit of life and color. But there's, yes, as you say, there are plenty of other ideas. How do
Agreed.
you elevate the human experience? Your tenants, the people that you're attracting to this place, the people that have to live here every day, how do you want them to experience this in a positive way? So let's think about some other ideas too.
Okay.
Okay?
If you want my vote, I do think that the artificial foliage, the architectural foliage, whatever you want to call it, has come a long way. I was also at a restaurant the other night it was everywhere, and you honestly had to touch it to tell. It's UV solid, it's good in the winter, it's almost indistinguishable, it's incredibly hard to tell. So it achieves the purpose of the plantings year-round. I know it's not ideal, it feels icky, everyone agrees, but it is a solution.
You can't replace the roof. I mean, you know what the thing is that the sort of the fact that actual living things change with time and they're never the same from year to year when they bloom, it's irreplaceable. You know, I mean, I understand, I totally get the desire for low maintenance stuff.
I can
you know,
see that indoors, but
yeah, it's just.
And we have plenty of plantings on the site, and we will have a full developed landscape plan, but in this instance, it is tricky, and I do think, I think real plants in this area is problematic, so we would need to probably move to other ideas.
yeah, okay. So let's see what you got next
Okay.
meeting. So let's talk about the entrance.
Yeah, so I'll just say two things and then I'm done. One was that there was a comment about trying to, have a different integration of those pilasters, and I think Jason and Andy said that the bulk they wanted because of some of the symmetry issues with the tower, and Kevin was like, man, maybe you could divide them, split them into two, like you've seen kind of neat double pilasters on older buildings, do something so it's not just one massive column. And then there was also a comment about the way that the storefront cornice ends close to the, where the residential entrance begins and the canopy is there.
Clunky.
And we talked about how on the Carriage Works building at the corner of Main Street and Fishkill Avenue, that double-door main entrance on the south facade of the building has got, an integration of a storefront cornice and some pilasters around the doors. Maybe there's a little bit of an inspiration on how to finish that storefront cornice differently, maybe bring it into the residential entrance, and maybe do something a little different with the canopy or bring
Well,
those two elements together, harmonize them.
I think you're right, but I think that there's obviously a need to articulate this entry, right?
Agreed.
It needs to announce itself. It
Mhm.
needs to have a canopy for, rain protection, that kind of thing. I think, how you resolve this against the more diminutive canopy that runs around to the,
What do you call this, like a lintel cornice?
I don't know
or
what you
storefront
call that.
More of an awning, really. or-
Awning.
Yeah.
and then, there's a lot going on there, right? I don't really have a good sense of what you're proposing in terms of what's happening underneath that canopy, in terms of the
It
pilasters.
looks a little blocky.
It is blocky. The proportions here are quite difficult. This is a opening, just a simple opening, and the amount it's off-centered here is pretty severe. So we did try doubling these columns. We've tried extending this, making it narrower, longer, but it could use some work.
What about giving the crown a
It's starting to
profile
read-
instead of a purely rectangular?
Maybe it needs to be taller, maybe it needs to break the plane of the awning.
Well, I was going to say, what you're saying is raise the canopy up to come out of alignment with
The cornice.
Yeah.
The
Or
storefront
the-
awning or whatever you want to call
whatever
it.
you call that thing. Yes, I think that's going to help. I also think it's starting to kind of, again, take on a different design language, right? I don't know, just looking at it, my first reaction is it's starting to speak Art Deco to me.
Mhm.
I don't know why.
It doesn't look
I
like
don't know why
anything
this
else on
sort
the
of,
building.
1800s kind of,
Well, the cornice and, some other detailing like that is donating that language.
oh, look at you.
So you didn't even need AI.
Yeah, I think that's going to start to help. That right there. But then, what happens if you strip away the pilasters? What's going on underneath there?
No, it's
Is it just a flat?
It just looks like a
like
loading
a-
dock opening
yeah.
in the brick is the bummer. That's why, as it is right now, it's just this, it's just an opening carved into the brick face of the tower, and it looks like that's why I felt like it looks like you're walking into a loading dock instead of, so I think some kind of decorative plaster would be nice. I think you just kind of give it a little, something that would give, it may be something different, but something that would give a little drama to the entrance.
Yeah, no, all of that I agree with. It's just
But I
how-
agree, it is chunky. The proportions are not quite right. It could be a little, more refined and just sort of more cohesive with the the rest of the facade?
Yeah, so I think raising it is a good start.
Mhm.
I think then let's work on
Maybe there's some,
what the design language is, right?
Maybe
Because
there's
again,
some-
if you think about this, because a lot of the earlier conversations in its original iteration, when we were talking about it with the original applicant, was to sort of start to take design cues from the carriage building.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if there's anything there that you can pull from, just in terms of how those storefronts.
Yeah, I mean, this area, just a few blocks either way, is a wealth of beautiful details, so.
Yeah, so if you could maybe put some thought into this and
Mhm.
what that, and again, think about it in terms of knowing this is a new building,
Mhm.
but it's sort of hearkening back to, again, it doesn't need to be a Disney copy.
It's doing some hearkening, yeah.
Do some hearkening,
Mhm.
right? Think about what other buildings of this era, of the, the carriage building era, whether there are conditions here that they treated similarly. I doubt it, but you might get lucky for design inspiration.
with a rectangular canopy like that and some columns, is there any kind of like, this is a weird place to go for inspiration, but is there any kind of like vintage movie house or marquee design inspiration that might be kind of,
How's the thought? Huh? Yeah.
We can,
Maybe-
I'm very confident we can get this
Yeah,
there.
I'm just throwing this out. Maybe it's as simple as, you're building a brick surround with some articulation.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It comes out, it's proud.
Yep.
It makes its way up. It's got some articulation. I don't know how you do it, but, and then somehow it's got to speak to and then marry with the canopy.
Right, and I'd say that sounds like it could work if we then also applied it to one of these other areas we thought might need that language. Like, I think that's
Yeah.
pretty specific, so if we did that, it would have to be elsewhere as well.
Yeah, no, I like the idea of a
Yeah.
repeat if
Mhm.
it's appropriate, yep.
Is the canopy redundant because once you enter that, there is a covered area in front of the actual entrance?
It is, but
Because the
I think
entrance
you
is
need-
recessed.
It needs an announcement.
It's not redundant from an appearance.
Well, I'm just thinking about a different announcement, like,
Well,
like a
not anymore.
terracotta surround that's decorative, or something that's, not a canopy.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? It doesn't need to be like, this sort of metal industrial suspended canopy. I mean, I
'Cause you
personally
can-
like that aesthetic because it is this kind of in keeping. Does it need to be that? No. Think about it in the context of what we talked about. If, again, I'm just throwing this idea out there, if, making some sort of brick articulation extend out and then start to frame that.
Yeah.
Whatever else as a canopy, as an announcement element might also complement that, we'll consider.
I like that. I think
Okay.
we can get there.
Okay, I
And
like
we'll just volunteer. We are willing to, appear at the next ARB as well if we're welcome or.
That's always helpful.
Yeah.
Again, it's an imposition on some individual's time, as long as they're willing and we can schedule it, yeah. Okay, what else?
Do you want me to lead or?
That's all you have.
Let me see if there's anything I had. So we do have an updated summary of changes here. I believe we can go through it quickly. Everything in blue is what I have revised since we presented to you last time.
Okay.
So we talked about painting the vents. We talked about the revised cornice. Can just make sure we got everything. We talked about proportions of the shadow elements on the tower, the Juliet balconies, the planter boxes in the front, the trellis at grade. The landscape drawings are pending. We hope to have those for the next meeting. The arched window head is replaced with a straight thin brick. And we're working on the canopy, and we reduced and moved the building signage.
Okay.
And that is all.
Yeah, thank you for developing this. It's a good tracking device. It's going to keep everybody organized and honest, so I appreciate you keeping that updated as well. I know I've been pretty vocal over the past couple of meetings. I'm assuming based on this response that I've been heard, so thank you. And let's just keep doing the work we got to do. Thank you.
Very good. And,
Okay, anything else?
Can I ask one question?
Yes, please.
So, we're happy with the placement of the ramp?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay.
Right, so we did have a few procedural things we could, just.
I think, and thank you. Thank you for what you just said, and we're engaged, as you can see, and we heard some things we have to think through.
Tyler just sent you here because he was afraid I was going to yell again, right?
Can't handle any more. Yeah, I won't talk about my predilection for conflict. Anyway. I think we were hoping, I think we're very close, and I think we were hoping you would consider scheduling a public hearing for next month. We'll meet with you, obviously, with the ARB between now and then, and just take that next step. I think there are other aspects with the building department and your legal consultants that are not your purview per se, but they were waiting to feel some of what we felt tonight in order to be able to move forward, because that's obviously a big pain point for us while being committed to working through all the issues. So I think you know where I'm already headed, which is just trying to figure out how we can get all this to dovetail from our hemorrhaging standpoint.
Yeah, please.
On this one, it would seem kind of appropriate to.
I think you're right. I think considering the fact that you've made what I would say is a very good effort toward, some positive solutions, and in order to now at this interval hear from the public, because I think you would benefit from that.
Yep.
I'm in support of scheduling a public hearing for next month. So I will make the motion to do so. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second by David. All in favor?
Aye. Thank you. And then as far as the ARB aspect, obviously there's stuff we need to think about, and you don't want it rushed, but also I think we'd all greatly benefit from maybe getting some documents to you all, sitting down with the ARB before that public hearing. I don't know how to look at that timeline. It's summer, vacations. I recognize all that, but I feel like the public hearing, if we can resolve even more stuff before the public hearing, that would be, I think, beneficial to everyone.
Yeah, as long as we have folks available. And as long as you guys are willing to schedule it, and we can schedule it, then we'll work to do so.
Yeah, I'm willing to schedule it.
Okay.
I'm sorry for being unfamiliar. How do we do that through?
Through Mercedes. And,
Okay.
Yeah.
What did we,
That's
we
my
did the
lack
last
of
one, July 31st.
nuance.
When's our next meeting?
The submission deadline, oh, is it on the 9th?
Yeah, Labor Day. It's after Labor Day.
Oh, okay, yeah. I had that on my calendar wrong.
16.
So the submission deadline would be August 26th then, 2 weeks before,
So ideally, we'd be trying to schedule ARB.
for next week. Because that's the 26th is basically 2 weeks from, oh, it's still on the 25th, on the Tuesday?
We could push it out to the 26th.
And we want to be thoughtful on what you were asking for, especially like that last discussion point, I think requires a lot of thought, 'cause we have a sidewalk there too, as well.
Well, I mean, it's a bit of a time crunch. You realize you're asking for something to be scheduled.
And we haven't done our work.
You still have some work to do, right?
Yes,
So-
it's the proverbial, I'm asking you to get off the bus one stop before I do, before I.
So we can hear you, Taylor.
Yeah. So, and then you've got to then, from that meeting, work to get that integrated into your submission.
I know, and I think we understand.
So we're looking at, if we were going to do it, we're looking at like Friday the 21st.
That's what I was just going
I
to say.
think so.
That seems like the most, I'm just looking at my calendar. And we don't have Kevin, but.
I know Kevin's on vacation, so we have to follow up with him, but.
If it's a Friday, depending on the time, I could make myself available.
All right.
I mean, I can be available by Zoom.
I'm available on the 21st.
I may not be in town, but I can be available by Zoom on Friday morning, the 21st.
Thank you.
Let me just double check my.
Since I'm not writing the cover letter, I can jam Taylor all we want. Sorry, Allison.
Afternoon?
Morning would be better. if possible.
We did this last one from 9 to 10:30.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully Kevin is, you know,
I think so.
yeah, hopefully Kevin
All
should
right,
be available.
if Kevin isn't, I'll be a backup, and I can do 9 to 10:30.
You can sub in.
Yeah.
What is the 21st?
21st?
Yeah.
9 to 10:30.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate everything.
Can we take a break for a minute?
Yeah.
You want to take a break? Yes. We're going to take a quick minute break, and then we'll resume.
Don't ease your mind when you see this.
Yeah, I don't even ask.
Oh, I know.
Hey,
It's like, how to make this feel like old-time homey, kind of like. It feels like to get that.
That's what I'm saying.
Is this the one?
Isn't this the 20-story building?
Yeah, I just, oh, this is the filled out one, okay.
This one is an immense,
Okay.
like the entire door opens instead of just the.
Got it.
This one's more like.
Got it. Is this a copy that I can take? Yeah, okay, awesome, yeah.
Immense
I'll
barn
take
door.
this and
This
is so
take a look.
AI.
Okay, thanks for bringing this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll include you on my email to Mercedes, yeah. I hope you're not here just for this. I hope you're not here just for this. Do you have an ARB thing on? Okay. Okay, good.
Typable version of this form instead of a PDF. Is there like a Word version of this form? Just trying to figure out how do I get, see, I have the minutes for people.
Yeah.
And then I got like the attempt to shoehorn the recommendations into this.
Did you handwrite that?
Yeah.
Oh, man, yeah.
Pencil.
Very sharp pencil.
Mechanical pencil.
So we're going to go back to this, the council.
The Fishkill Creek, yeah.
okay.
I have Natalie's list and merged it with my own comments, so I have a full list of.
Okay. Oh, so,
Yeah,
yeah, then we
so-
have the extension request, so we'll do that, and then we'll do the council.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we can scan it, and then I can distribute it to everybody.
Yeah, I missed that last meeting, but I did actually spend a fair amount of time on this application. Went out and looked at the building quite a bit and went over a lot of stuff.
It's easy for me to like.
May it please the court. Hey. Oh, sorry.
This used to be a
Yeah, sure. I think it's, I walked down to the Salvation Army. It's like it looks straight.
Yep. Well, yep, that was back during construction, not until you get in. You walked up the Salvation Army door and you just hopped over the fence. It was like, you know, the height of this chair. Yep. I mean, seriously, I took my 11-year-old dog there, you know?
Yeah, no.
Oh my God, sitting for this long is harder, it's really hard on the body.
Yeah, I hear you.
All right, I've got.
Thank you very much. Now you got something.
You got the best snacks.
I don't know, Jim outdoes me for sure. My client just made these for me today. Would you like some?
That makes me listen to me. That was my
Can't be good, all right.
Didn't really notice it, but that walk.
She's got the best snacks.
And the reason I can
There's biscotti.
and it was the original floor, and the safe was still there.
Yeah, thank you. No.
But yeah, no, that's nice. But yeah, no, there was that safe. That I don't think they did.
That was set in.
It was, but that was on the original floor. They just ripped up the carpet that had been there, and it was the original, you know, it was like cracked concrete.
I walked past that slab at any time. If you ask me, what did it look like?
Yeah, it is, right?
I wish somebody had taken, somebody unique and took photos of that site
Dad?
Yeah, that is a good thought. Just to truck them in tonight.
Material at this point, it would just satisfy so much, so many brain worms that can't be.
I just literally had a conversation with my parents and my brother about end-of-life planning 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
Talking to my mother, I say, like, nothing, no programs.
So many of my parents, everyone was going like, there's just the systems.
And there's no right or wrong, it's just you gotta be now you're in it. You don't have no time for anything, you say, I'm in it. My mother passed away. My brothers called they had met my father, started with the house, and my father had the house with her. He's staying with them, like your brothers are in there, like gas. We come back, my dad's sitting there, and he's like, okay, minute. Wasn't the son, I got it. And I had to get her from New York to the Carolinas on a weekend. Weddings, just like 1-900. What do I do?
411. Is there a 311?
You gotta get your.
Oh, the professionals go, oh no, they're done.
Yes.
My client just made one.
Very good.
She made my check bread cookies the other week.
That's awesome. Snacks. All right, we're gonna get back to business.
Right, you ready for a nap?
All hell's broken.
All hell is broken. All hell is broken loose. We've slipped into
What?
chaos.
It's always just chaos is only.
Sure, keep your butt.
Now I'm eating, so get this on mic.
Oh, I should have had you.
You need to sign this? Okay. So we're going to move into miscellaneous business. Item number 1 under miscellaneous business is for us to consider a request for a 1-year extension of site plan approval, 300 Main Street. Is that applicant here? Hi.
Allie Fausner, Cuddy and Fader. Got an update from the applicant. I know in April of this year, they got the final site plan signed. They're working on the construction drawings. They gave me an estimate of 2 to 3 months to finish those drawings. Then they'll compile an application for Brian's review. And it will be pristine and will match all of the planning board drawings.
Glad to hear you say that. Okay, any thoughts or?
Motion.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Randall, second by,
Hey, Mercedes.
Mercedes.
You have to like.
Mercedes.
She's like, I'm talking.
It was motion by Randall?
I made the
Motion by Randall, seconded by Karen. This is to grant the 1-year extension for 300 Main
300 Main
Street.
Street, yeah.
Seconded by Karen. All in favor?
Aye.
Cool.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so then we're going to get back to
Yeah. so we
the
got-
city council request on the local law review. So we wanted to make sure that we just wrapped up and memorialized our recommendations to the council.
Yes.
And so you have
I
a summary?
The list that Natalie created, which I supplemented with a couple that I had from your discussion during the work session. So these are your proposed recommendations to the city council on the Fishkill Creek development amendments. 1, council and staff should investigate what, if any, other state or local regulations regulate the length of stay at hotels to ensure they do not revert to a de facto dwelling unit. 2, consider whether there is an issue with allowing kitchen facilities in terms of whether it would convert the hotel room to a dwelling unit, meaning it would have a sleeping facility, bathroom, and food prep area. 3, consider making hotel a special permit use, so the council or planning board can review and limit the size if needed. 4, board members showed support for modification of the hotel supplemental regulations to permit newer or more modern models of hotel that use technology for check-in rather than lobby and staff. These newer technologies are utilized to streamline check-in and reduce cost of bookings. Next, Regulation B5 in the Fishkill Creek Development District, the council should carefully consider the 5,000 square foot cap placed on restaurants. Many restaurants on Main Street are bumping up against seating caps that prevent them from expanding. Next, the city council should clearly establish a point from which the buffer zone is measured for the Fishkill Creek. Per DEC guidance, the council should also consider extending the required buffer area to 35 to 100 feet for stream protection. Next, the council should consider adding more prescriptive regulations and guidance for streetscape. And last, the council should consider if regulations governing viewshed from the Tyranda Bridge would be appropriate. To this point, recommend adding language like that which was added to the train station district to require contextual renderings of important viewsheds.
And maybe not just from that bridge, but just in general,
In
Fishkill
general.
Creek view sheds.
Okay.
I think that sums it up.
Okay, so,
Okay.
as read, motion to convey our recommendations to
Motion.
the city council, motion by Randall.
Seconded by Len.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
Very good.
thank you.
Thank you.
Safe home. See you next month.
Yes.
Okay, architectural review, certificate of appropriateness, 425 Main Street facade. State your name and address for the record.
Can you guarantee that those giant doors will open out onto?
Oh, yeah.
I'm actually I'm gonna make a point about renderings, and you're the unfortunate
I
recipient.
knew that. Go ahead.
First of all, very nice use of AI. But ultimately, your note here, and of course, this isn't necessarily the most appropriate application of this new rule, but where you say these images are intended to help illustrate the general building design concept, but are not accurate representations of, I understand the site context. We don't want to look at renderings that aren't going to be representative of what's going to be built. So, well, I'm not going to belabor this, especially for this, but I don't like those slippery little notes. So, let's.
That was where that came from. Was a John Clark suggestion originally? But
Yeah.
I'm fine. I'll leave
Even
it
though
off.
he had
Yeah.
white hair and a white beard, doesn't mean he's always right.
Oh.
What I kind of want to get across, and this is
Yeah.
obviously as a kind of a result of
Slippery slope.
the recent issues with, this disparity of what we think we're approving and then what's ultimately represented in what goes. Again, this is a certificate of appropriateness. It's a little bit of a different scenario here, but I felt I had to raise it.
Yeah, no, I understand.
And look, I appreciate your renderings, the fact that you're representing like 52nd Street on one of them.
It's like a skyscraper in
why?
the background.
What's the point?
There was a quick turnaround to
Oh,
get
there's a
back.
streetcar.
And
I didn't even see that.
Yeah, it's like, what are we doing?
But the actual, the accurate information is on the elevation drawing. So.
Again, like, when someone puts a rendering in front of me, I want to believe that that's what this thing is going to look like when it's done. So, for example, then I have to go back and I got to look at, well, does he have those planter boxes? Yes. Okay.
Right.
Are you in fact putting copper gutters in?
David and I just had a conversation.
Copper leaders,
that-
excuse me?
Yeah, that the technology has come far enough, and the cost of, I think, obtaining renderings has probably gone down enough that we can start demanding accurate renderings. I think 4 or 5 years, 6 years ago, when, you know, we kind of acknowledged that, well, okay, this is just illustrative. We got to go by the elevations only. But I think we're at a point now where we can, without a lot of effort, get very accurate renderings.
Yeah, well, and
that
again,
match
look,
the elevations.
If you're going to go to the effort of doing renderings, to your point, they're so easy to do nowadays to make representative of what you're actually going to build.
Yeah.
Don't do them unless you need,
Okay.
unless you are going to represent what you're actually going to build.
Yeah.
That's my ultimate point. So, to that end, I got to ask: are you doing copper leaders?
Copper, no.
Okay, so they just it's like, okay, so then what do I look at?
Right,
What am I approving?
Yeah,
right?
It is the elevation drawings, but, you know, I added these in to try to give a flavor, you know, just to, but.
I get it. You're trying to pull at our heartstrings. You're trying to evoke these beautiful, like,
I'm
sanguine.
trying to give, you know, an idea of what it would be.
Yeah, I get it.
At street level, but, you know, I mean, this is the only time I've done that AI thing.
I don't know. I walk by this building every day, and I'm like,
You didn't see
It's
that side
never
street.
looked this
You
beautiful.
never saw that side street, did you?
It has got this beautiful twilight gloaming effect. It's like, really? Come on. All right.
Depends what time you go there.
The door is square on the rear of the property.
The-
There's no arches over the doors.
Yeah.
And your proposed elevation clearly have more arches.
Oh, right.
Which is fine, but again, you know.
Yeah.
Renderings look great.
Yeah.
So then they're not relevant.
Nowhere near what's there.
Yeah,
Right.
I got it.
So point made. Let's get back to the meat of it, right? So the last time we were talking about this, we were discussing the 3 elements, right?
Yeah, there's a few. I'll go through them just
Yep.
to give you a quick flavor. So in the back of the building, we're proposing 8x8 wood columns, painted smooth. That's bigger than the steel size. So I know you were saying that you'd rather see them a little heavier. So
Yeah, and I'm glad you
Yeah, that's
represented
it.
them the way we discussed, because to me, they just look, they look right.
yeah.
Yeah, so
So
just,
yeah. So we got that.
Can I just ask a question on those while we're on them?
Yeah.
Are those wrapped, or are they just like an 8x8? Like, because I feel like, you know, how it weathers is an important consideration in the material choice.
Yeah, the idea was to use a real 8x8, because the wrapping is not going to hold up.
Okay.
okay.
There's like primers that you can do.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we'll
Go back to my question. You're not
Yeah.
going to be able to paint pressure treated like you are steel.
right. Yeah, no, it's a different thing, but
You know,
yeah, yeah,
it is what it is.
Yeah.
It's not going to be blunt.
It's not going to be, not going to be.
Well, yeah, whatever this primer is, has got to hold the finish.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, we'll do samples and you know, we'll make sure it's going to stay.
I haven't seen a pressure-treated post that straight and true. in a
No,
long
me neither.
time.
Especially at that length.
Yeah. Yeah, but even so, even just that.
Look, whatever your means and methods are to achieve this, it's gotta look like what you're representing here, and it's gotta do that for its life.
Can I ask
Yeah.
a question, John?
Why not do
Yeah.
steel?
And it's not about, it's about if we see a situation where we have our doubts about the execution,
Yeah.
aren't we kind of creating our own destiny?
No, well, look, if the applicant is convinced as a professional that there's a way to do this and achieve this look and have it hold up, I know we have plenty of doubters here, but that's on them.
Okay.
And the maintenance of it and the, you know, ultimately the structural integrity of it, all those elements are up to the applicant to make sure. Actually, they're investing in their own property as well, so you'd think that there's a self-interest there too, to do something the right way and have it last.
Yeah,
So-
we'll look at it. Yeah.
So if I can introduce
Oh,
myself,
sorry.
I'm Michael Ben Simon, the managing member of Hook and Ladder, the entity partnership doing this project. To your point, John, obviously we have every interest in building a beautiful product. We're not trying to, deliver something that's unsightly, that's going to ruin the historic nature of the building or anything of that like. And as far as the posts go, obviously we'll do our best. We'll paint them black. If that doesn't have the finish that we're going for, then perhaps we'll wrap it at that point. But it will achieve the exact look that we're proposing.
So this brings the issue that I'm speaking about exactly, that leads us to the problems we run into. Everybody says the same thing you just said, respectfully, no disrespect. But what you also just said is if it doesn't work, we're gonna change it. That's what you just said. We're gonna, if it doesn't work.
Change
the technique.
The
No,
method,
the
the
method.
actual look will be identical.
Right.
It'll be a square,
Mhm.
it'll be black, and it will look exactly like that.
But it may be wrapped.
Right, but visually that's the same.
But what I'm saying is, from our standpoint, if it's going to be wrapped, we'd like to know that. We want to be as clear as the respectively we can. It's not about you. It's about these small ambiguities become bigger and bigger, and it puts pressure on enforcement.
Yeah.
And we're creating a problem from the beginning, from the onset. If it needs to be wrapped, we need to just say it's going to be wrapped. That's what I'm saying.
So what, I think the part of the problem is similar. Like, it's like, okay, if this doesn't work, I want confidence that it is going to work.
No, we believe it will. We wouldn't have proposed it if we didn't think it would work.
Well, again, to your choice of words, you believe it will. Do you know it? Do you know it will?
Have you done it before?
I believe.
Have you done it before?
Have we painted pressure treated? Yes.
Okay, has it maintained for a
Yes.
period of time?
And if we have to do maintenance on it, we'll do maintenance.
Yeah.
Again, this is not a flip. I'm not trying to build this and sell it in 6 months. I have 2 other properties on Main. I'm committed to Beacon. I'm committed to holding this for the long term, maintaining it and having it be a beautiful project.
All right.
So it's going to take a little bit of faith in, and
We
us
have
too.
faith in everybody that walks here. If we didn't, trust me, you would know.
No, I understand. There's a lot of
All right?
history. I
We're
understand
not
the
shy.
last few months have been a mess to get it.
Yeah, thank you. So you appreciate the context.
100%. I would have came last month. I had a family obligation. I couldn't make it. I made it. Our project's now on hold. It's been a few months now.
Yep.
The site is down. We are super eager to get it back up and running. So whatever we need to do to get this certificate approved today, so we can get that construction permit hopefully this week.
Yep.
We will get that done.
Okay. So we talked about the posts.
Right, and then there was and I think that was fine, the arch over the window to reflect what's actually there on those rear elevation windows. They were originally drawn with straight lintels for some reason.
Oh, I see.
But this shows what's actually there.
Okay. Let's talk about the big door, the infill.
Right. So we're using that bifold door, glass and metal. We talked about trimming out that, that there was some space above it where the old door, mechanism housing came off, and then there was a little extra space. So what I'm showing there is like a panel system, wood trim panels, painted to, so it works with the doors and just, acts like an extension of that framework of the doors.
Okay, so again, here's where I'm a little confused. In the rendering, you're showing those as glass above the doors. Is that not correct?
They're going to be back painted.
Okay,
glass,
so they're not clear
so
glass. They're, per your note, they're black back painted.
Right.
Can I ask a question about the area around that rear entrance? We had an application a while ago that showed like a knee wall kind of semi-enclosing.
Yeah, that's the tenant.
Yeah, is that still happening, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the kid corral?
Yeah.
What's
Yeah.
what's the 10 inches above the back
Yeah,
painted
I was going to
glass?
ask. What is that?
Were you saying the infill with the
very-
Zec trim?
Yeah, I just don't understand the detail there.
Hold on a second. That was just some additional trim at the top of it, just to kind of cap it off.
I don't know if you need, so what
Yeah.
you're saying is that's a flat panel above there with applied trim?
Yeah.
So are the rectangles relief, or like what's proud? Like what are the proud parts?
Oh, the.
Of that
rec-
10 of
the-
that 10
Yeah,
inches.
the rectangles over the small rectangles.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like.
Aligned with the framing, yeah.
Gotcha.
It's like one of those things in your like, 1800s living room. Right?
No, I think,
What do you call that stuff? I should know this. I don't know if that stuff's necessary here.
transient, no.
It's just a panel detail, right?
And the glass can't go all the way up to the,
We could do it with the same thing. That was just, oh, sorry, what?
can the glass go, like? can-
Yeah, it was just like a proportion
Oh.
thing also, you know, they're,
Yeah.
they get a
I can
little
see
tall
that.
that way.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Maybe
mean, they
just
almost,
the singles,
yeah.
like long, big, long?
Yeah,
I think if you just took those articulations out of there, that's
Yeah.
fine.
okay.
It is that,
It's
the
getting
panel
limited.
itself is somewhat recessed, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's into the,
So there's going to be somewhat of a shadow line in there.
yeah. Yeah, I'll take that off.
What is the recess? How deep is that? Like how, because I would, you see how you have the, whatever frame at the very perimeter, and it comes up, and then it narrows at that 10-inch?
Oops, sorry.
Yeah,
I
have
don't-
the frame go.
I don't know
all
why
the
you
way
just wouldn't keep the same thickness of frame, the outermost frame.
No, yeah, I can do that, and
Continue that
just
up.
make another little panel, but, I mean, in terms of those 4 squares that are the, you know, transom, I mean, we could pull them up and make them taller and just simplify the whole thing, or just flatten out the, you know, that top piece, just make that part of the upper trim.
Yeah, well,
I'd have one articulation, like have the outside.
I don't know
as
how
you were
better
saying.
to explain this to you, Aria, than to just illustrate it. If
Yeah.
you couldn't come here for a second. See these? Just continue these up, continue this up on both sides. Continue the same thickness around, and then do this mid-tip piece the same thickness, and just have this field be just that recessed, right? And that
Yeah,
cleans
just
it up, and it helps this proportion is wonky, and it makes this whole thing make sense then as a unit. It'd probably be easier to build. Right. Right, but again, this panel is recessed, right? That make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. You weren't.
Now you're gonna help Mercedes figure out how to say it.
To some depth between 0 and 24 inches.
Well, that's-
TBD when the moment comes.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be recessed the depth of the frame of the panels above this surface.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, I got it.
you got it?
Yeah.
You're going to do it?
It will.
To try to describe this for
No,
Mercedes.
I understand what you said, yeah.
So the way, Mercedes, you should maybe write this for the record is that modifications to topmost frame at rear of building will be implemented as discussed, and we have it on the record, so, and we know where to find you.
It's true.
Okay.
I can send you a copy of it after.
And
you're done.
you don't need to record that part. My veiled threat. Okay, so then let's get to.
All right, so, yeah, so that, I know what I'm doing with that. so.
Okay.
Okay.
So what else? The door, the side door.
Right. Also, just want to find out, you want me to, after I make these last changes, submit it for the record?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Please.
Okay.
Thank you. And take that note off. And take your renderings
Oh,
off,
right.
please.
Okay.
just what you're building. And then the side door, again, I'll feel this pang every single time I walk by this now. The fact that it's placed here and you've taken away a, sort of a historic element by punching this door through. The way you've detailed the doors, at least from my perspective, it's fine.
Yeah, I made the changes that you talked about with the panel. And
yes, that's better.
Agreed.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
All right.
So, yeah, drawing for the record.
Yes, please.
Yep. Update the CD to look like it.
Do all the things the right way, and then build it the way you say you're going to build it, and we'll have no problem.
I try.
Why did it have to be right there again? So squeezed up against that window instead of just like underneath the window?
There's something in the way. Anyway.
Got it.
Okay, motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Karen.
Without the trolley car.
Motion to approve without the trolley car. Yeah. Seconded.
Seconded by Len.
Second by Len. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night, good luck.
All right.
Okay.
Take my biscotti with
Good
me.
luck.
New single-family house.
Woo-wee. You should know not to come so early.
Outside. Anybody who stays longer than 2 hours gets a lunch voucher.
All right. Is this?
Can I ask a question off the bat? How do you feel about no faux stone under the porch? Faux stone under the
I'm
porch.
with you.
What about just clapboard, the whole, and then
This here.
just 2 things? How about just 2 things on the front?
Do you need the stone? Okay.
Because it doesn't seem that there's there's not a projection, or there's not that much of a projection.
Yeah, from a sort of like, why is it there? It just
Yeah.
kind of doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Just the clapboard, like the low, whatever you have going on the lower part, just makes it easier.
Okay, so just, Mercedes, we're going to ask the applicant, and he's agreed to remove the applied
Cultured stone.
Remove the cultured stone
From the front facade.
Yeah, and otherwise, from the front facade. Yeah, and otherwise, I think generally,
That's
love
fine.
to see a few more windows in the back, but like, what's going on up here?
This is all attic space,
Wow.
as well as this, on the first floor.
What about, yeah.
The cathedral,
Man, this-
Yeah,
John?
yeah.
So removing from the front facade, are we replacing it with something else?
He's going to clap it.
They're just
Clapboard.
extending the hardy.
Continuing the
hardy
clapboard.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's okay.
cathedral ceiling. This is that whole back on the first floor.
I understand.
Cathedral in the bedroom portion, but then you have the bathroom and closet, so this is primarily attic space.
Can you get like a vent or some kind of element up here in these? That'll at least sort of
Give it
make a little bit more sense, yeah. Okay. All right, and then what other, so you have your other finishes?
Do something rectangle.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
We're adding 2 rectangular attic vents to the rear facade.
Rectangular what?
Attic vent?
Attic.
Okay. And then what other, you have materials? Okay.
Okay.
This is the metal roof on the front porch.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
This would be the shake
Yep.
And the trim?
and the clapboard.
Looks green here.
I know.
You changed it?
Which does,
Yeah, right here. This looks green.
it was submitted,
Huh?
this is the,
Hey, is this on your street? I don't think so. That's the color of my house.
Then you have to,
Give him another discussion.
Let me see.
darken it up.
Yeah, just kind of thinking, what are your options here? Oh, wait, this isn't it.
That's, no, I don't have,
is that Hardy? Here, I can pull up. Oh my God, did you see the one on North Street? Who approved that one?
North Street?
North Street, it's like right around the corner from my office.
Oh.
The green house, I don't know.
oh, yeah, I saw that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Something else.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't.
Yeah. I think it's just to help kind of, create some contrast, yeah. Okay.
I agree with you, I said the same thing.
Right?
Okay, good. Well, I'm glad we, at least we agree.
Make John the bad guy, and planning board maybe do it.
Did you,
Karen, what'd you find?
where's the iron gray, the darker gray?
Siding, all right, hang on.
You are going to get a bill for this.
Design assisting?
What's your hourly rate?
All right, exterior, lap siding, plank lap siding, is that what you're doing?
Yes.
Select a color.
It's iron gray, I think.
Night gray, iron gray.
Iron. I'm trying to think where I used it.
Let's see.
Ferry Landing, we used iron gray.
Yeah, that's
night-
tasteful.
Wait, let's see. This is how dark iron gray is, and then this is light gray.
Yeah, I think I prefer night gray. You good with that?
What is it called?
Night gray.
Night gray.
Hopefully it's available in our area. Is that another change?
Yeah, we're changing the color of the clapboard from
Pearl gray.
pearl gray to night gray.
From pearl gray to night gray.
Is this, where is this address? I know it's Roundabout.
We did the one that is closest to you.
It's-
No, I'm sorry, this is closer to you.
So this is the other.
property
Yes.
that went through the block and then
Yes.
they?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, all right, so with those modifications, which I believe you've captured, Mercedes, a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Randall, second by David, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Stone, Advents, night gray.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
For your patience.
motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Who made the motion?
I'll get it.
Motion by Randall,
Seconded by David.
second by David, all in favor?
Aye.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you,
Have a
you
good
too.
night.
Oh, shoot. Did, Mercedes, did Jennifer need these, or did you? All right, we're going to get started with the workshop portion of our meeting from 7 until 7:30. We have a referral by the city council on language, I believe, around the Fishkill Creek corridor.
Yep.
So Natalie's going to run us through that, and if we have time, we probably won't, then we'll talk a little bit about subdivisions.
Yeah.
But we'll likely need to hold that over till next month.
Yeah.
With that,
Great.
I'll hand it over to Natalie. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll start with the materials that kind of went in front of the council and then were circulated to the planning board. And then this is also on the agenda under miscellaneous business, so we don't finish the conversation now in the workshop. It can continue then. So just using this map real quick, I know the planning board's familiar with this, but associating those who may be watching from home or from the room, the Fishkill Creek development, as the name implies, kind of follows the creek, and it's all these parcels that are highlighted here in pink. Just for those who use Dutchess County Parcel Access, they now have a zoning layer where you can very handily turn off all the other zones, so you can see all the parcels in the city that have a certain zoning district. So that's what we did here. The memorandum in the packet is kind of the background information that supports, was created to help the council make some of the decisions they're considering. So at the July meeting was the first time that this topic was brought in front of the council. And they were discussing amendments to the FCD district regulations in response to some preliminary concepts for the 555 South Avenue site. I'm forgetting the name of the industrial site. Taronda Hat Works, yeah. I had hat in my head. So there's no plans for that yet, but the two things were raised in consideration for that site that now the council has taken up as kind of larger considerations for the Fishkill Creek. So what we started in the memo is just kind of going through, it's not a large zoning district. There's only kind of 9 parcels that fall within this district, so you kind of have an accounting there to match the map that I started with. And then one of them I'll point out is a little bit of an outlier, is number 2 on here. Is number 2 in this list is, it looks like a very large parcel of 50 acres. It's actually just the rail, the right-of-way. It kind of follows the rail line up. So the remainder of parcels are kind of in there, and you can see they range from, about an acre to 11 acres, and typically in size, with that one outlier of the rail line. As we do with all considered zoning amendments, text amendments, or map changes, we did a look at the city's comprehensive plan, the 27 comprehensive plan, to see how it talks about the Fishkill Creek district. So I'll get into kind of the 2 big topic areas that the council is considering is whether to permit hotels as a permitted use within the Fishkill Creek district, and whether to maintain the density cap. There's a 11, it equates to 11 units per acre right now as a cap in this district. So those are the 2 questions in front of the council. So we looked through the comprehensive plan. Overall, the comprehensive plan doesn't necessarily get down to the level of detail to be recommending a density cap or talking specifically about inns versus hotels versus bed and breakfasts. But what the comprehensive plan does support, it's very forthright in its support for mixed use development, adaptive reuse, tourism, and economic development is what is supposed to be supported within this district. And then it leaves the specifics a little bit up to zoning. So changes wouldn't be in conflict with the comprehensive plan. There is support for allowing a mix of uses, and it's silent. The comprehensive plan is silent on terms of density requirements. So with that, we kind of went through the Fishkill district purpose as stated in the code. As you would imagine, it pretty much mirrors what's in the comprehensive plan, a support of mixed use, adaptive reuse, creating of trail systems, and protection of kind of tourism and access to the creek, right, is at the purpose of this. We did accounting that the Fishkill Creek is one of the zoning districts that is quasi-form-based, right? The Beacons Code is not fully form-based in that it still has a pretty descriptive use table, but it's one of the newer zoning districts where there is design regulations and regulations beyond just lot and bulk that kind of dictate the massing of buildings within this area. So we gave an accounting of that. And then to support the consideration of zoning density caps, we did look at zoning districts throughout the city and where does the Fishkill Creek district kind of compare to other zoning districts. So like I said at the top, right now the regulations limit residential development in this district to 11 units per acre, or this, it requires just under 4,000 square feet per unit. That's a little bit different than what we see in the rest of the form-based districts. The CMS, the Linkage District, and the Waterfront Development District have all kind of eliminated that cap, and they've let the kind of the massing and the design regulations and dictate that. And then you can see where we fall in the other districts. So even in comparison to some of the other districts like GB and LI or the RD districts, the Fishkill Creek Development District has kind of one of the most limiting densities. And so the council is considering this, and we all know they've been making moves to try and see what they can do to facilitate more housing development, specifically affordable housing development in the city of Beacon. So they're looking specifically at these kind of housing regulations. We went through the definition of hotel versus inn since we're considering adding hotel. They are basically the same definition. An inn is just a hotel that is 10 guest rooms or less. But besides that, it references hotel within the definition. And then there's a section of code that we'll get into that is specific in the supplemental regulations with regulations to hotels. So once we started kind of posing this, and I'll get into this in more detail when we open up the actual local law, as we started getting into the discussion of whether or not hotels should be permitted, we obviously looked at the supplemental regulations, and the council is looking at those for ways to potentially modernize those or use those as a way to kind of regulate hotels if they are permitted in this district. So the local law in front of you today does 4 things. So as proposed, it permits hotels within the FCD district by adding hotel. The code is a little bit, right now, inns and bed and breakfasts are permitted. And then there's a catch-all in the FCD that says, and any other similar use. However, when you go to the use table, there was specifically an X in hotel. So it was, even though there was this kind of catch-all language in the regulations itself, in the use table, it was prohibited. So the local law in front of you changes that to a permitted use. The maximum dwelling unit density limitation has been removed. And then there's been updates to the hotel supplemental regulations, which we'll go through. They've been looking at ways to kind of make those more contemporary. There's kind of new models of hotels that, have self check-in and smaller rooms and kitchenettes and things like that. So they've been looking at those regulations. And then there was a minor cleanup in terms of setbacks from streets, which we'll get to. So I'll just kind of go through these.
Quick question. Just
Yep.
the distinction between inn and hotel you list in your summary here, it's a matter of scale, right?
Yes, in terms number of rooms.
Is there any difference between an inn and a bed and breakfast? Is that also a matter of scale?
I think the bed and breakfast has a component that it has to be owner occupied. So that distinguishes it from the inn and hotel.
Okay.
So we can start with the use table. I'm sorry, this is so small. So the only change that had to be made here, right, is where it was previously prohibited, a P has been added, so it is a permitted use, and still subject to the special regulations. And then in the lot and bulk table, the density cap was stricken. Changes to the Fishkill Creek districts. So we'll start with the hotel, the supplemental regulations. One of the changes in going through this, we realized that the regulations for hotels kind of mandated that they be a single primary use on a site, right? It had language that says all structures on the site shall be limited to. So it wasn't allowing for kind of larger sites to be used for maybe hotel and some residential and some other mixed uses. Council felt that that was a little bit in conflict with the comprehensive plan and the purpose of the district of allowing mixed uses. So may include, that language was just stricken so that uses can be mixed on a single parcel. And then the other aspect that was stricken from the supplemental regulations as is currently proposed is there was a limitation not allowing kitchen facilities. So there shall be no kitchen facilities in the hotel rooms except a coffee maker, microwave, and small refrigerator. In order to allow these, I think the council's been talking a lot about kind of emergency housing or folks just using kind of hotels in a more, to compete maybe with Airbnbs or short-term rentals and things like that to allow there to be kitchen facilities for families who may be staying here who want to make some meals inside the unit rather than going out. So the council felt comfortable in kind of striking that provision. A lot of the regulations in hotels, we see this throughout Hudson Valley. there was a time where there was a need to kind of really distinguish hotels from housing. People didn't want people getting hotels approved, in many cases, getting hotels approved and then kind of converting it into multifamily housing. And so there's a lot of regulations that have been carried over from times past that really distinguished a hotel unit from a housing unit.
So in that case, is there any limitation on an extent of stay in these facilities that are designated hotels but have cooking capability?
It wouldn't be in the
In the law, right?
It wouldn't be in the zoning. It may be in building code, or it may be kind of in other state regulations in terms of like the business. I'm not quite sure, but it wouldn't be in the zoning in terms of limiting the
Yeah, I
stay.
think we'd have to check, there's the short-term rental regulations in Beacon.
So these would
and
be
we'd have
subject to this.
I don't know, I'd have to check and see what the language, if
So
it's only
for the-
applicable to
Yeah.
residences or if it's.
No one's gonna like to stay there 3 days.
Well, unless you're paying for it. I mean, that's good money.
What's different kinds of?
Yeah, I mean, if you go into a contract for more than 30 days on its face, you just created a tenancy.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't know if hotel operators know that, do they?
How do they handle that for these like long-term stay, like residency hotels? Is it a
Right.
different category? Because some of those places cater to people who are relocating or
Yeah,
they're
I don't know the answer to
in
that.
town to do business for a couple of months or something.
Yeah, I'm just curious, so for the reason you
What
described.
are the other
'cause-
regulations on length of stay?
Right, I was
Yeah.
curious why the striking of kitchens, I thought it was more around fire life safety, but what you described makes sense. Right, in times past, a restriction on, another alternative form of residential. But if we're allowing it, then, yeah, if there should be, what is the restriction on extended stay, right? Because then
And-
ultimately, it does somewhat turn into a residential competitor.
Right, and I think we also need to be mindful of, make sure that there's specific language in there, or maybe it's already covered, to make sure it's not considered a dwelling unit, right? Because dwelling unit would be sleeping facilities, bathroom facilities, and kitchen facilities.
Right, in which this would have all
This
those
would have all
components. yeah.
three, so we just need to make sure that it doesn't morph into that.
Let me throw one thing out real quick, just because it was already kind of occurring to me, and I'm not saying this is what should be done, but at least ought to be discussed.
Yeah.
Like, when you're looking at the schedule of permitted uses, moving hotels from not permitted to permitted, the one scenario that occurs to me is, there's not that many parcels in FCD. There are a couple that are pretty big. We might have different feelings about someone wanting to come in and build a really big hotel. Would it make sense to make it a special permit use so that then the review standard is going to basically be, is this sufficiently analogous to the bed and breakfast and the inn? Because that could be kind of a stopgap measure if that became a problem.
Yeah, I think it's a recommendation to be made to the council, absolutely. If they want to, if they're trying to limit the size and scale, permit hotels, but still not let it be unlimited, I think that's one way to do it.
Seems to me we should be encouraging housing rather than hotels.
Well, I agree, but here's the other thing. Look at how many illegal Airbnbs we have around here, and what's that doing to our housing market? And that's largely being, I'll leave out the explanatory part, but is it being driven by weddings? So one thing that occurred to me is, frankly, having more hotel space and then actually cracking down on the Airbnbs might do something to help out the housing situation.
Sure.
Yep, noted.
Since we're on the subject of hotels, does this put any kind of?
Sorry, but not really, I mean, because it's, the illegal, like the Airbnb, you're only supposed to, it's not really gonna help the housing because they're supposed to be short-term, and,
Right, the illegality, somebody
It's more about-
running an
right.
illegal short-term rental, that's a policing problem, right? It's not necessarily.
But it is an enforcement issue. I mean, the council
That's
is
what I mean.
also
It's an
considering,
enforcement issue.
the council is also considering amendments to their short-term rental regulations at this time because it is hard to enforce the regulations as currently written and ensure that they're being followed.
Fair.
So there's Granicus data that we've been able to pull down that there is more than what is permitted or intended within the city. And so, I mean, I do think there is a general kind of thought that if there is not other easily findable short-term stay options, that it does kind of support a little bit more demand for short-term rentals, right? If there's not hotels, if there's not available hotels.
So
in the city.
my point is that that's the right path for, sort of fixing the demand problem rather than looking at the balance of housing versus hotel and pulling hotel in more to help offset illegal rentals, right? It's the right way to do it is what you described, right? I think there should be somewhat of a healthy mix. Yes, there is a need for housing, but there also is a need for hotel capability, hotel capacity.
Yeah.
Curious, it doesn't do anything to kind of limit the hotel chain?
There's nothing in the language right now that limits that, no. And then I just want to point out that some of the other things, this did not make it, this was the draft that was shown to the council, but I just wanted to note that in looking at ways of kind of accommodating more smaller scale hotels that are maybe self check-in or fob check-in and things like that, there's been discussion about some of these regulations that all hotels shall include the following, whether a lobby, these kinds of aspects. I think the desire there, it hasn't been stricken yet because the desire there is obviously to have somebody on site all the time, kind of managing who's coming in, managing the space, right? But the council is also considering whether some of these are limiting to an older model of hotels as well.
I think that's something important because a lot of the hotels are changing and morphing into be using technology for efficiencies for the purpose of the economics of the development. So some of the older models that you would see with manned hotels and are changing significantly. So you really have to revisit this, understanding that it's not a disadvantage, respectively. It's just a new way of looking at hotelers and how they manage their properties for the efficiencies.
I've increasingly had business hotels especially in big cities, be based on a model where there's no check-in staff. You're just doing it all with your phone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So that's it with the kind of the supplemental regulations for hotels specifically. So now just getting into the changes to the Fishkill Creek Development District. So kind of in the principal use section, as you can see here, it did always say bed and breakfast establishments or inns are permitted. So to complement the changes to the use table, hotel has been added there. This is what I was talking about earlier in terms of this like catch-all that almost implied that other uses like smaller hotels were permitted, but it says other non-residential use similar to the above uses as determined by resolution of the city council. This is where in the development potential, the maximum density was stricken here as well to match the table that we just discussed. And this is the only other change was there's a minimum building setback from the edge of pavement of the language previously said of a public and private streets, whereas throughout the rest of this code and other sections of the code, we really only typically regulate kind of the public setback from public streets. So that was changed just to be more consistent with the rest of the code. So that's kind of the summary of the changes.
Can we go back real quick to B5? The provision about restaurant, bar, brew pub?
Yeah.
The way this is written, it looks like there already is a restriction on square footage.
That for restaurants, that nothing should be bigger than 5,000 square feet.
Yeah, I'm wondering why that restriction, and then thinking about what at least I, in my own opinion, consider somewhat of an inhibitor to some of the eating establishments here on Main Street is size, scalability. Yeah, I think they may want to look at that metric a little differently because it strikes me as being somewhat restrictive unnecessarily. especially when you think about what I just described. You know, seating capacity is a challenge, I think, for a lot of the establishments on Main Street.
Yeah. Okay.
So they should really think about that.
Helpful. I think that's, one of the other things that came up in the council meeting was a discussion, and I haven't been with the board to review any kind of new developments in this district, but I think there was language that they discussed about setback language. So and maybe Jennifer recalls this more, that there's language in the code that references both the creek buffer or top of the bank in terms of where you're measuring setbacks from. And I guess there was thought on the council that maybe that language had been confusing in the past, and that was something they should look at as well. So they
Sure.
wanted me to kind of pose that question to the planning board to figure out what the struggle has been there before. I wasn't as familiar with it, so I wanted to have that conversation.
Yeah, that's a good one to have. Also, I do have a question. I don't want to sort of miss it, and we can come back to it. But
Yeah.
just relative to the streetscape, because setbacks starts to talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
And, again, thinking about more form-based prescription around consistency and things like that.
Yeah.
I know that, there's a percentage green area required and all sorts of stuff like that. I'm just curious if we want to think about recommending to the council just a little bit more prescriptive around consistency relative to a streetscape.
Okay, yeah,
What that is, I don't know. I think that it would probably take some work.
yeah.
And I'm just curious whether the committee came back with anything in that regard.
The committee?
Fishkill Creek Corridor Committee?
They did. I mean, they were focused more on Fishkill Avenue than the creek. I mean, they definitely talked about some of the parcels in that district. But there was definitely a desire for kind of creating more of a streetscape when you're fronting on a, so yeah, I think and we could look at
Yeah.
additional language to be added.
I think it's,
More prescription.
I hope you all agree.
Was it something about the open space too? You said, because there's like open space, but it wasn't that necessarily. It's kind of in between the buildings.
Yeah, I think about, the potential of the Fishkill.
The corridor, yeah.
52.
Yeah. Mm.
Just in terms of development and just thinking about all of the components that go into a streetscape, right?
Yeah.
Setback.
Yeah.
Planted area, height, all of these things, the composition really, right? And
Yeah.
planting requirements and those sorts of things, right?
Yeah. So I just want to, those aren't these, just so none of these parcels front, I'm making sure I'm correct on this. None of these parcels front on Fishkill Avenue.
They don't. Oh.
They don't. Fishkill Creek, the FCD parcels do not front on
Okay.
Fishkill Avenue.
Okay.
The one that gets closest to it, I'm sorry, this map is so blurry, is kind of this one up here, but it's on the other side of the rail. It is kind of a vacant parcel
I gotcha.
between the rail line and there.
Yeah.
But hold on to that thought. Those will be coming in front of you soon. The
Okay.
council does want it.
I'm ahead of myself.
Yeah,
then.
yeah. You're on the Fishkill Avenue district.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I would say I think that they really need to look at the setback from the creek, the riparian buffer zone.
Okay.
25 feet is really, I think the average minimum recommended by DEC is 35. It's 35 to 100 feet is the recommended New York State DEC setback from a stream.
God, we have some smart planning board members.
Yeah, I was going to ask do we have enough control during review over impact on the view shed? When we have a couple of projects built right on the creek, one of which really sort of imposes itself on the view shed when you're looking north from the bridge near Tironda, and another one is a little bit more subtle, kind of a little bit, we had one project, I don't think we could have foresaw it at the time, but when it was constructed, it's so close to the creek that it reflects itself like a playing card when the water is still, and it really, that view north from the bridge, it's very dominant in the view shed of the creek. And, at the time, I don't know that we had enough tools to to have come to that conclusion from the renderings and the elevation drawings. But I wonder if we have enough tools to request, anything to be put on site, like to mark out the boundaries of proposed, or to request significant renderings, or to just be able to
It's like
factor that in.
It's reminding me of the language we added to the train station district, right? We added language in there about requiring renderings in context, right? And in context of surrounding development and surrounding sites, and we added that language specifically to the train station district. So I wonder if you couldn't do something similar here to kind of, at least when projects are coming before you, be able to kind of request that view, those diagrams.
That's a good idea.
Especially without a cap on number of units or the size of things. They could be very imposing, and you don't want to obscure the ridge line or really.
Even with a setback requirement, right?
Yeah. Okay, well, I think we're getting close to that, so we
Yeah.
can stop here, but we can come back to this and continue.
Can I just add one more note on the stream buffering? The DEC has, recommendations on
Yeah.
like different zones and distances from the stream bank and what they recommend. I would suggest that the council review that.
And just tagging on that, and Natalie, I think you kind of raised this, the issue of where that's measured from, because right now it just says minimum setback from and buffer with along Fishkill Creek. It doesn't really say where that is measured from. Is it from like the mean high water line? Is it from the property line, which could be in the middle of the creek? Like where exactly is that measured from?
Yeah, I think the DEC also has language about that.
Okay, perfect.
Dan, they have 3 zones.
Yeah.
How do you know so much?
It's my job.
I'm impressed. Wow.
She says happily.
All right.